Good evening. The May 28th meeting of the Evanston City Council will come to order. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Burns?
Here.
Councilmember Suffredin? Cannot be here today. Councilmember Ravel? Councilmember Reed? Is he online? Is not online. Councilmember Hadakaris?
Here.
Councilmember Kelly? Here. Councilmember Harris? Present. Councilmember Nguyen? Here. Councilmember Newsma?
Here.
Mayor Biss?
I'm here too. We have a quorum present and are prepared to do our work for the evening. The first item on the agenda is my public announcements and proclamations. There are two. I'm actually going to reverse the order for those of you who are keeping close track because the first one is going to be quicker than the second. What's now the first one will be quicker than what is printed first. So we begin by with the proclamation declaring this coming month of June to be LGBTQ Pride Month. Whereas the city of Evanston is a welcoming community committed to equality for all residents, and whereas 55 years ago in June of 1969, patrons and supporters of the Stonewall Inn in New York City staged an uprising to resist harassment and discriminatory laws and practices against the LGBTQ community. The riots and protests marked the beginning of the modern LGBTQ movement. And whereas the city of Evanston is dedicated to fostering acceptance of all its residents and preventing discrimination and bullying based on sexual orientation and gender identity. And whereas the city of Evanston is strengthened by the rich diversity of ethnic, cultural, racial, gender, and sexual identities of all its residents, each of which contribute to the vibrant character of our city. And whereas nationwide, 4 out of 10 LGBTQ youth say the community in which they live is not accepting of LGBTQ people, and LGBTQ youth are twice as likely as their peers to be physically assaulted. And whereas it is physically imperative that the young people of the city of Evanston, regardless of sexual orientation and gender identity, feel valued, safe, empowered, and supported by their peers, educators, and community leaders. Now, therefore, I do hereby proclaim June 2024 as LGBTQ Pride Month in the city of Evanston and encourage all people to recognize the enduring efforts and ongoing contributions of the LGBTQ communities within our city. The next item on our agenda, I want to request your indulgence for a minute. It's going to go on a bit longer than I usually do, but I think it's worth it. This is the outcome of the Evanston Youth Flag Design Contest, which has been ongoing for the better part of a year. The story actually starts more than a year ago. I was at ETHS for an event one evening and was stopped in the hallway by a gentleman who's here this evening, a ETHS art teacher by the name of Bill Simos, who did not start with, "Hey, I'm Bill Simos." He started with, "Mayor, the flag of Evanston stinks." Bill is to the point. He, in my opinion, was not wrong. And he said, "We have an extraordinary wealth of talented youth in this community. Why don't you open up a flag design competition to the youth of Evanston to make us a new, better flag?" And I said, "Sure." And we decided to launch this competition for the 2023-24 school year. So we publicized it just as the school year was starting. And by the end of 2023, when the flags were due, hundreds of Evanston youth had put in their submissions, hundreds of Evanston youth. And I was touched and excited and overwhelmed and unqualified to figure out what to do with them. And so the remarkable community of Evanston creative professionals stepped in, and 9 professional designers who happen to live in Evanston volunteered to be the jury for this competition. But they didn't just volunteer to be the jury. They went through the hundreds of submissions, picked 9 finalists, one for each of the professionals, and they paired up. A student with a pro paired up and continued to enhance and refine and improve their designs. And at the end of that process, we had a really difficult meeting where the designers looked at these really terrific submissions from kids and from kids of all ages across Evanston, and eventually came up with a winner. We have with us tonight a few people and one piece of cloth. We have with us the runner-up of the flag design competition. We have with us the winner of the flag design competition. And we have with us the designer who worked with the winner of the flag design competition. And I want to stress that we judged these submissions blind. So we looked at these submissions, and I went back to my office to figure out how to connect the finalists to these professional designers. And most of their email addresses ended with an ETHS. But some of them didn't. And so I want to begin by inviting to come to the podium the runner-up of the design competition, a truly extraordinary young person who also made a really fabulous flag, who really put their heart and soul into this project, who is a 7th grader at Haven Middle School, and who has, I think, an extraordinary future as an artist, a designer, a creative person. And if you want to come up with or without your parents, as you prefer, would you all just join me in welcoming and congratulating Haven 7th grader B. Michaels. And so now it's my pleasure to introduce you to the winner of the flag design contest. First of all, I want to again thank the 9 designers who worked, gave a lot of time and really taught me a lot too, by the way. Carol Niger of Niger Design worked with B, and I think they had a really wonderful partnership that was, I think, really meaningful to both of them. Keith Glantz worked with the young artist I'm about to introduce, together with Tim Hogan. They both helped out a great deal, and I want to thank both of them. Keith is here also this evening. You know, the assignment is actually extremely difficult, right? Because a flag needs to be simple. It needs to have just a few colors. It needs to be something you can recognize from very far away. But it's also supposed to mean something. It's supposed to tell a story. And the flag that we're going to show you is a flag that is very geometrically simple, but I think it shows you Evanston. It shows you Evanston in the form of the water, in the form of the beach, in the form of the tree canopy, in the form of the lighthouse. It's all there with very simple geometry and a very simple color palette. And so I'd like to introduce the community not only to our new flag, but to the designer of our new flag. And I want to again stress, this was judged blind, to a 1st grader at Dawes School. Would you all please welcome Bernie Allen.
Sorry. And one more over here, a few more over here. 1, 2.
That concludes this evening's mayor's public announcements and proclamations. The next item on the agenda is the city manager's public announcements.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Clerk Mendoza. Just a very brief announcement. Mr. Tracy Alden from the 4th of July Association is here to discuss the 4th of July festivities.
Good evening, Mayor, City Manager, council members, and I'm here with, I'm Tracy Alden, President of the 4th of July Association. Hillary Bean is our treasurer. Jack Martell has been involved with our organization for 45 years.
Longer than me.
Yeah. First, that was great, kids. They're leaving now, but we really enjoyed seeing your artwork and quite an honor there. So that was very cool. I didn't even know that was going on myself, but it's a big, busy city going on and we can't know everything. But that's why we're here, to kind of fill you in on at least one thing, and that's the Evanston 4th of July Association celebration this year. And it's going to take place on, guess what, Thursday, July 4th this year. So everyone mark that in your calendars. First of all, I just want to thank the city council, the staff. Audrey, she is around somewhere, has been very helpful. Audrey Thompson, Parks and Rec, and everyone else. I mean, Luke, of course, and all your staff, mayor and council members are great and very supportive. And I just want to let you know that we appreciate the help and support. We just want to let you know that there's going to be the regular full day of events. It's at our website, evanston4th.org, evanston4th.org. And we are looking for volunteers. So I'm up here to kind of promote everyone out there about some volunteers. And actually, the artists left, but we're looking for a couple of artists because we have a fundraiser going for decorative planters. So we're looking for a couple of artists to help decorate some planters that go around the city. We're also looking for community support, and there will be some flyers going out eventually. But and so I'm going to turn it over to Hillary at this point. Jack, you have any comments so far?
Haven't been involved this long. I think our city shines the brightest on the 4th with all 8 parks, the parade, the fireworks, the lagoon. This is when our city really shines. We show the world what we're all about. That's why I stay involved. It's a really great day. Best volunteer time I've ever spent.
Thank you for saying that. I'll turn the podium over to Hillary, though.
Hi, everybody. Probably all recognize me at this point. I have been around not quite as long as Jack, but I've been a trustee for 19 years, and I think I've been involved for about 25-ish, somewhere along the way. I wear many hats still, and one of them is I work with Carol Niger at Niger Design, and every year on our posters and our promotional materials. And so I have, Audrey's not here, but I have posters. I have enough for one of each of you, though I have more in the car, so if anyone wants, I have them. If you would like to assist in putting them up in your wards, because we don't have full coverage of all the wards, it would be helpful. I am also the treasurer, and so it falls to me. We are we struggle every year to explain to people that their tax dollars don't really pay for the 4th of July celebration. And the city does provide fire, life safety, streets and sanitation, all of everything needed to keep the city running and safe. But everything else, from the playground games in the morning to the fireworks in the evening, are paid for by the association. And we fundraise, and it's gotten harder and harder over the years. And having a stop due to COVID, of course, made it all, COVID and Highland Park, made it all difficult for everyone. So we're putting it out there that it really takes almost $100,000 a year to put on the celebration and the activities that go around it. And we treasure every $5 or $10 check we get, but we're really looking for some more substantial donations too. And we're trying to reach out to businesses, and we're trying to get it out there. It's not always so easy, and we're all volunteers. So that aside, I am here to also talk about the parade, because I have been parade director for many years on and off. I did the sesquicentennial parade, so that was great. Grand Marshal. Talk about the Grand Marshal first.
Okay, yeah, real quick. I mean, I don't want to go over the opportunity
Sorry,
here,
yeah.
but we do want to announce that this year's Grand Marshal is going to be Robin Rose Simmons, who you probably all know is a former council member, and she has agreed to be our Grand Marshal, and she has been instrumental in reparations and social justice going on, and we want to honor that, and she will be leading the parade this year. So we want to just start that general announcement here today. And, thanks for reminding me.
Our theme this year of seeds is Seeds of Change. So Robin came up as someone who, well, she was our first choice. So parade is been my bailiwick on and off over the years. Parade registration is open. Parade registration is closing early this year, a little early, June 10th. We always get groups who call us up around June 30th and say we want to be in the parade. And we're like, the program's printed. We really don't have how to do this, though we often squeeze them in. This year, we're going to try to do much less of that. So if you have newsletters for your wards, we ask you to please put in there that parade registration is open and that it closes on June 10th. The email for the parade is easy. It's parade@Evanston4th, that's 4th.org. And that'll come to me. And this year's parade director is actually Rebecca Carver, and I'm mentoring her, as it were. So that is it. So thank you.
Yes.
Sorry, I talked.
No, that's great. We do appreciate opportunity as always. Are there any questions or anything that we can answer? And she's handing out some posters there. I think that's it. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Appreciate
thank
it.
you. I'll send you an email.
Thank you so much. Please add Councilmember Reed to the roll. And then the next item on the agenda is communications from the city clerk.
I received an email from Stephanie Agaze asking for the demolition plan to be sent to you, and that should be in your email. Mary Beth Roth asking for the council to sign the Israeli-Gaza resolution. and Zach Savella against gambling terminals. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next item on our agenda is public comment. This evening, we have right around 25 unique people who signed up. So everyone will be given 2 minutes. We begin, as always, with those who signed up in person to speak in person, beginning with Candy Jamieson, followed by Elliot Jamieson, and then William Carter.
Hi, I'm Candy Jamieson, artist in the 5th Ward. Palestine is a land with the most resilient people in the world. You can look at me if you want. I have been here, they have been here for generations and generations and generations, and they will not leave. You can try to erase them, displace them, burn their bodies, turn their homes to rubble, ignore the international criminal courts as you play the police of the world and do your dirty deeds. Mr. Mayor, you are complicit in a genocide. As you sit in your comfortable seat, leadership seat supporting war crimes against refugee camps, slaughtering children and families as they flee into the burning Rafah, I am sick to the core of my soul, knowing that my city supports and funds the most documented genocide. Are you even human? Do you feel pain? How do you justify funding the arbitrary and unrestrained mass murder of humans? There is no limit or boundary that Israel and the U.S. war machine won't cross. They have destroyed every university, every hospital, art museums, libraries, community gardens, playgrounds, coffee shops, refugee camps. There is no safe place in Rafah. Premature babies and incubators are seen as fair game. There are families still under the rubble, some crying out until their last breath. And still, they rise and love and dance and sing because you cannot kill Palestinian spirit. In our thousands, in our millions, we are all Palestinians.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Elliot Jamieson, who will be followed by William Carter, and then Pat Fowler.
By continuing to stay silent, you are complicit in the starvation and the murder of tens of thousands of children.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is William Carter, who will be followed by Pat Fowler and then Jack Martell.
Good evening, council members. My name is William Carter. I am one of the former residents of the Wesley Apartments. I am here alone because my community was moved out of Evanston. That was our fear, that our community will be broken apart, it will be scattered. We asked for few things other than to keep our community together. We've lost that. We no longer are citizens of Evanston because we are now in a different city. Well, I'm not. For some reason, I'm still here in Evanston. The rest of my community has been scattered. What you did to the Wesley Apartments, what you did to the Wesley tenants, what you refused to do for the Wesley tenants is sinful. God don't like ugly and he ain't too fond of pretty. And I hope he comes down on every last one of you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Pat Fowler, who will be followed by Jack Martell and then Newland Smith.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. My name is Pat Fowler. I'm the owner of Firehouse Grill in Bluestone here in Evanston. Here to speak to you tonight about two agenda items. First is Evanston's liquor tax. And I'd like to encourage members of council to consider repealing the tax and come up with a different revenue neutral way of generating the revenue that comes from the liquor tax. The second item is video gaming. The Evanston hospitality community is supportive of passage of this. Both these agenda items, I think, will help the small businesses here in Evanston and encourage you to consider both of these. Thanks.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jack Martell, who will be followed by Newland Smith and then Sarah Vanderwicken.
Good evening. My name is Jack Martell. I'm the president of Evanston Firefighters Pension Fund. I live in the First Ward. There's a budget amendment you're going to be considering tonight, a $52.2 million reduction. I don't see why you're doing it. What's in it for the citizens of Evanston? If you look at the accompanying spreadsheet, actually, and this is a remarkable number, the city over budgeted expenses in 2023 by $105.5 million. It's right on this sheet, $105.5 million. That's incredible. That's 27. It's like a 27% of the total market, total budget that missed the mark. And the city council voted for the funding of pension funds through excess revenues and reserves. Thank you for that, 100% funding. But I've been looking for that amount. Well, how much excess reserves do we have? So I went to the audit and found it in the audit. Remarkably, there's at the start of 2023, there was 57.3 million in excess revenue. It's copied and pasted right out of the audit. Finally, there's a lot of hullabaloo made about the $10 million that we had to take out of excess reserves to make the budget last year, to make the budget work. And that was under, this is also part of the packet, funds, other revenue, and you'll see 11.2 million. That's what was adopted, but the actual was only like 1 million. I don't think that 10 million was ever used. I really don't. And that's partially because they missed the revenue mark by 10 million also. They made 10 more million in revenue than they were expecting. But this is a trend that we have. This is year after year. We have expenses that are wildly exaggerated. 105 million, all right? And between 22 and 23, the combined under budgeted amount of revenue in the general fund is 31.4 million. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Newland Smith, who will be followed by Sarah Vanderwicken and then Robert Beatty.
I am Newland Smith, resident of Evanston since 1963. Mary Bess and members of the City Council. On December the 11th, I made public comment here to call you to adopt a resolution calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. This genocidal war has not ended. I spoke then about the life of Rafat Alier, who with his brother, sister, and her 4 children had been killed by an Israeli airstrike in Gaza City. On February the 26th, Rafat's daughter, her husband, and their 3-month-old son were killed by another Israeli airstrike in Gaza City, an airstrike on the international relief charity Global Communities building. This past weekend, Rafah has endured over 60 bombings by the Israeli military forces. Saturday's bombing included the use of 2,000-pound bombs on refugees living in tents, living in what was designated as a safe zone. Most likely these 2,000-pound bombs were supplied by my government. As an American citizen, I acknowledge my country's complicity in this horrific genocide. The very least I can do is to call once again for my city to call for a ceasefire. Hear the voices of the faith leaders of our city and the members of the Unitarian Church. Call for a ceasefire now.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sarah Vanderwicken, who will be followed by Robert Beatty and then Ray Friedman.
Hi, my name is Sarah Vanderwicken. I live in the First Ward. I recently helped draft and then advocate for a resolution on Gaza at my church, the Unitarian Church of Evanston. You've all been sent a copy of that resolution, which was adopted with a vote of 79% for and 10% against. So it was not unanimity, and there was some opposition and difference of opinion. Similarly to the interfaith clergy resolution, it recognizes the pain and trauma on both sides of the conflict and makes clear the necessity of making the necessary space for the provision of desperately needed food and medical supplies, and for a process to find a permanent and just solution. While questions were raised about what possible good could come from a small church resolution, we argued that it is important for pressure to be brought to bear from as many directions as possible. The resolution urges that you, yourselves, among other elected officials, call for an immediate, lasting, and bilateral ceasefire. We urge you to be brave enough to join your collective voice to the many others, including both Israeli and Palestinians, to this end. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Robert Beatty, who will be followed by Ray Friedman.
Good evening, Council. I'm Rob Beatty from the 8th Ward, 23-year resident of Evanston, just here in support of the business owners. Full disclosure, I work for Universal Gaming Group, and we have about 200 locations that have video gaming throughout the state. Just here on behalf of some of the business owners that I've been working with over a year. Just as you deliberate tonight, if you have any questions about industry or accessory gaming, I'll stick around. If I'm able to answer any questions for you or to clarify anything, I would love to do that. But as you deliberate tonight, please think about your business owners. And that is not every business owner, but just the small few business owners who have basically said that they would be first in trying this out. We had offered a pilot on last year, but that request was not accepted. But as you move forward and as you see fit, I would hope that you would give these business owners a chance for a boost. Accessory gaming is not the thing on their menu. It would just be as an accessory. So as you think about that tonight, I would hope that you would give our business owners a chance at trying this out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ray Friedman.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Hope you had a relaxing Memorial Day weekend. Just two items I'd like to talk about tonight: respect and money. First, it looks like congratulations are in order for finding $52 million not used in 2023 budget. It appears we have about $26 million in excess funds not being used and money left over from ARPA funds, not too much. Why are we asking for $35.5 million in additional general obligation bonds and asking to use TIF money to buy property on Howard Street? We have problem managing and maintaining our own property. Look here at City Hall. You want to move out of City Hall because it's not been maintained for years and years? Have you had discussion with residents about what we should do here before you spend any money on 909 Davis? So the question again is, who's maintaining and managing our properties? So who's managing the properties on Wesley before you closed up these 3 units and kicked out whatever residents, however many there were? Where's the respect you gave to those tenants? What happened to the transparency and accountability you keep talking about? Will residents be included in the conversation and process for City Hall before you spend any taxpayer money on rental? What is the plan for City Hall? Why hasn't there been any discussion with residents? Again, where's the respect for your residents? In 2 days, on Thursday, we have 2 ward meetings on the calendar, one with 3 wards, the other with 1 ward, both scheduled at the same time and at the same building. Why would you allow this to happen? Having to choose one meeting over another, again, where's the respect for your tenants who are paying the bills?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
This concludes the list of people who signed up in person to speak. It did, and this happens every time. It did. This happens every time, and if y'all let me finish a sentence, you're going to love the second half of it. This concludes the portion of public comment, which is those who signed up in person to speak in person. We now move as the next section to those who signed up online to speak in person. We begin with Nazma, who will be followed by Anat Gava, and then Josh Strauss. Is there a Nazma here? Seeing not, we move ahead with Anat Gava, followed by Josh Strauss, and then Lelia Perky. Is Anat here? In that case, we'll move ahead with Josh Strauss, followed by Lelia Perky, and then Rodney Green. Is there a Josh Strauss here? Seeing not, we'll move ahead with Lelia Perky, who will be followed by Rodney Green, and then Leslie Williams.
Enough is enough. It has now been 8 months of genocide, blatant ethnic cleansing of Gazans in the country Palestine. By now, more than 35,000 plus innocent lives have been murdered by the Israeli occupation force. The fact that Evanston has not passed a ceasefire resolution while claiming to be a city of human rights is blatant complicitness in the settler colonialism that has been allowed to continue since May 15th, 1948. Each moment Evanston doesn't pass a ceasefire, we are telling the people of Gaza, as well as all Palestinians, that their lives don't matter. Shame on Evanston and free Palestine.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Rodney Green, who will be followed by Leslie Williams, and then Sarah Mountainjoy Pepka.
Good afternoon, Clerk Mendoza, Mayor Biss, City Manager Stowe, council members. That's the proper way to introduce you all. My name is Rodney Green. I'm a member of the 5th Ward. I'm here to talk about ordinance number 49024. I agree with Councilmember Burns, who requested suspension of the rules for allow introduction and action on this ordinance to allow the church at 1819, 1825 Dodge to extend their property line. They've been in the community for quite a while. They're a great asset to the community. They do a great job there. I believe that you should go in back and give them the permission to continue, since I was the original signer of the documents back in 2009 to get them started. So I would agree with Burns to go ahead and go with this, get it done, so they can continue to improve the footstep in the community. One other thing I want to mention that while I was the city clerk at the time, it's known that when there are two or more council members in the same room, the automatic library, the doors should remain open to be transparent so that no deals are made under the table while they're there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Leslie Williams, who will be followed by Sarah Mountjoy-Pepka and then Paul Ferrand.
I think when the Pope, 900 pastors, the United Nations Security Council, and the International Criminal Court all agree, we should listen to them. They've all called for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza, as have families of Israeli hostages. Yet despite months of lobbying and over 35,000 deaths, the Evanston City Council has not discussed a ceasefire resolution. At the recent State of the City, Mayor Biss again claimed that this resolution would be divisive and that there is no consensus that bombing civilians is wrong. Yet the Evanston Interfaith Clergy issued a statement calling for an immediate end to the bombardment of civilians in Gaza. So if 27 of our faith leaders, including the rabbis of the two largest synagogues, are in agreement, is that not consensus? And must we be in consensus with those who support mass killing? Another complaint is that the city should be neutral on international issues, even though the mayor and council have issued resolutions on past conflicts. Yet this Sunday, while Israeli airstrikes were burning Gazans alive in Rafah, parade floats parked on Haven School property displayed mock-ups of Israeli tanks and missile launchers labeled "For Gaza." Is this the neutral Evanston we want to project? We do not exist in isolation. When arguing for a ceasefire resolution in Waukegan, Reverend Mark Rolhagen said that while your voice as a city council might seem insignificant in the stage of international politics, it does not absolve any of us from the responsibility to speak for the preservation and protection of human life. U.S. cities remain a voice for the country's values as federal leadership wavers, and city councils have the opportunity to be on the right side of history. 20, 50, 100 years from now, our children and grandchildren will look back on the obliteration of Gaza and ask, how could this happen? How could civilized people who claim to be progressive and anti-racist have been complicit in mass slaughter? And they will want to know what Evanston did, how Evanston showed up, what Evanston stood for. Long after all these votes on liquor taxes and boiler equipment and the Lagoon picnic shelter, which feels so important now, are forgotten, our descendants will remember whether or not we raised our voices in defense of the people of Gaza. For their sakes, I ask you to make the right choice.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sarah Mountjoy-Pepka, who will be followed by Paul Ferrand and then Russ Sherbet.
Hello, I'm Sarah Mountjoy-Pepka. I live in the 8th Ward. I'm here for the ceasefire resolution, but let me also say I support the Wesley residents and believe they have not received equity, justice, or the truth from this city. Quote, there can be no progress towards justice or peace if we are willing to turn a blind eye to the killing of civilians anywhere. Who said that? That was you, Mayor Biss. In your statement on October 12th, 2023. I agree. But since that time, you and the city council have stonewalled all efforts by this community to do exactly what you called us to do, to make progress towards justice and peace by looking at and responding to the killing of civilians. Or did you only mean certain civilians in that statement? You have all said this isn't a local issue. President Schill was dragged into congressional hearings. Our ETHS teachers have been targeted. Bennett Johnson rejected his honorary street name. Our local interfaith clergy issued a ceasefire statement. And this weekend we had Israeli tank mock-ups in one of the middle school parking lots. We have 1,400 signatures. This is extremely local. And no, we do not have complete consensus. But did you wait for community consensus when you voted on the Northwestern Stadium? That was a stadium. People are dying. I saw a video of this weekend of a father in Gaza holding his dead, headless baby. This body of elected officials has chosen to stay silent after 8 months of this community proving this is local. So I can only conclude that your silence is approval of genocide. Prove me wrong.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Paul Ferrand, who will be followed by Russ Sherbet, and then Grace Matthew.
Really, I just want to echo a lot of what's already been said. I feel like I've been waiting for so long for some sort of a word on a ceasefire, which seems, I think what's frustrating is there are two issues that are closest to my heart right now, and there seems to be such easy solutions. Number one, calling for a ceasefire, which doesn't seem difficult, especially with what you've heard everyone say, with the horrible, massive killing that we're seeing. It just feels like an easy thing to say. The second thing is, and to be honest with you, both of these issues feel like they're kind of one and the same for me, which is the Wesley building situation and the displacement of elderly Black folk and low-income housing residents seems so against what Evanston claims to be. We claim to be a progressive town. We claim to be this place who makes the right decisions, who care for others. We are the model city for reparations, and yet for these simple things, we choose to instead stand with those who are powerful, rich, and not with those who are the most vulnerable. And I personally want to be in a city where that is not a priority, and I want to raise Naomi in a space where the rich and powerful are not being prioritized, but instead the residents of this community are prioritized. And especially with the Wesley building, this is an easy solution where, which first of all, they had to get rid of a bunch of all of their belongings. But free Gaza, free Palestine, justice for the Wesley residents.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Russ Sherbet, who will be followed by Grace Matthew, and then Laura Jalif.
Council members, my name is Russ Sherbet. I'm in the 2nd Ward. I am Jewish. I am a former citizen of Israel. I think you've heard enough of people, the stories, the terrible stories. It doesn't seem to move you. My concern, I've moved past all that, is the terrible breach of a democratic democracy and process here. The citizens of this city of Evanston have a right to know how our elected officials stand on a position. Your cowardice is something I've never seen in 66 years of watching my life and 50-something of that watching politics. We have a right to know where you stand, to allow this to come for a vote. And then if the vote is no, we're not going to pass the resolution, at least you followed the process. This is terrible. It's embarrassing. The only thing that the Evanston now leads this nation is having a city council that buries their heads in the sand. When I went to a 2nd Ward meeting, our ward person, I said, but don't you have a responsibility to bring the request, what the feelings of your constituents to the council? And the response was, not if they're wrong. That's not your job. Your job is to listen to us. So there's only really one thing left to do here for a board like that. Every one of you that has stood and blocked this, vote them out. 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 Vote them out.
Thank you very much. The The next speaker is Grace Mathieu, who will be followed by Laura Jalif. Is Grace Mathieu not here? In that case, the last in-person speaker will be Laura Jalif.
Hi, I'm Laura Jolliffe, 9th Ward. I'm here to ask that my representatives represent me by repudiating our federal government's participation in the ongoing genocide of Palestinians. Ceasefire is not just a term referring to war. It's the demand that state-sponsored aggression on the Palestinian people cease, including that which upholds apartheid in times of relative peace, beyond the acute acts of genocide we are seeing right now. Concretely, I ask that you draft a resolution calling for the federal government to cease its involvement in the procurement of weapons for the Israeli government. Secondly, I'll address a thought shared by many, both constituents and politicians, both Palestinian advocates and detractors alike. It is that demanding a ceasefire is a moot point because a statement from a single 75,000 person municipality is a drop in a roaring ocean, swallowed up by tides beyond local politics. I'm here to remind you that you are the most direct form of representation afforded to the American people. You are the first mouthpiece of the American voter, and your role does not end at your ability to pass a bill. Where you cannot directly enact legislation, you are meant to advocate for your constituents, to those representatives with larger constituencies which encompass your own. I think many people feel disenchanted with our democracy because they think that all they can do is vote for Congress and the president every 4 years. My hope for our country is that democracy is more than that. My hope is that you believe the same. My hope is that over time, the American people stop feeling like there's nothing we can do, but first you have to believe it. I ask that you hold regard for your task of representation and that you stand in the way of genocide and long after that, apartheid and occupation. I ask that you stand in the way of Israeli tanks, killing 6-year-old Hind Rajab as she cowers in a car amongst her dead relatives and asks through the phone for paramedics to come get her, crying that she is afraid of the dark. Hind is dead, but millions of other children's hearts still beat in Palestine.
Thank you very much. We now move to the online portion of public comment, beginning with Jeremy Venata, who will be followed by Tricia Connolly and then Ali Harned.
Am I on?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Jeremy Fanata. I'm a First Ward resident. I've been a proud resident of Evanston's First Ward for a quarter of a century. My home is a mere 500 steps from Arrington Lagoon, which is the gem that I have had the immense pleasure of frequenting each morning, running or walking multiple times a day. For the past 25 years, I've wondered why there was no opportunity to buy a drink or a sandwich at the building that sits at the north end of the lagoon. A couple of years prior, murmuring circulated of approved plans only for them to dissipate into silence. Now that a proposition has resurfaced, I implore you to advocate for the allocation of funds to render this building suitable for the provision of food and beverages. The locale is ideally situated for residents to enjoy a morning coffee or an evening glass of wine in splendid surroundings. I firmly believe our community will utilize such amenity with the utmost respect and decorum. While a vociferous few may arise to object, my tenure in attending these council meetings has taught me that a small minority often overshadows the unvoiced approval of the masses. This evening, I stand as a representative of that silent majority. I beseech you, esteemed council members, to please cast your vote to appropriate the necessary funds. Thank you for the opportunity to share my perspective.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Tricia Connolly, who will be followed by Ali Harned and then Mary Rosinski. It looks like Tricia Connolly is not in the Zoom, so we'll move ahead to Ali Harned, who will be followed by Mary Rosinski and then Eric Young. Looks like Ali Harned is no longer in the Zoom, so we'll move ahead with Mary Rosinski, who will be followed by Eric Young and then Carl Klein. It's been a mass exodus from the Zoom. Mary Rosinski is no longer there either. We move ahead then with Eric Young. Eric's gone too, though, isn't he? All right, we'll move ahead then with Carl Klein, who will be followed by Brian Benson, and then Leslie McMillan.
Good evening. Increasing the home rule sales tax to 1.5% is not acceptable. Evanstonians already pay enough in sales tax. As you know, Melissa Wynn and Jonathan Newsoma, small businesses on Main Street are suffering through a third straight year of construction. Hitting them with another increase in taxes is not helpful. Our support of these small businesses is critical to their survival. It is not fair to spread the tax burden to the entire community for what is essentially a luxury expense. Also, it is important to note that the city has an enormous surplus. There are 135 plus liquor license holders in Evanston. 6 license holders generate 70% of the liquor tax revenue for the city of Evanston. These 6 license holders are grocery and liquor stores: Whole Foods, Jewel, Target, Sam's, Valley, and Binny's. They collectively generate over $2 million in liquor tax revenue by selling liquor for consumption off premises. I do not think that you should move forward with spreading this tax burden to the entire community by introducing a food and beverage tax. Instead, I think that there should be a proposal for a graduated liquor tax based on the total volume of alcohol sold. This would then continue to allow the city to generate the over $2 million in revenue from the big box stores, but then lessen the burden on the small stores like Wine Goddess or all the restaurants on Main Street and throughout the city of Evanston. So please do not move forward on any of the
Thank you very
proposals tonight, but go forward with a graduated local liquor tax. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next, we'll go back now to Ali Harned, who is in the Zoom again, and then we'll be followed by Brian Benson and then Leslie McMillan.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes, I can see I have a green
Yes, we
light,
can.
and I'm sorry I can't start my camera because it won't allow me to. I am, good evening, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm here to speak on the item on the agenda about funding for homeless encampment and homeless students in District 65. And I'm available for questions later when you get to that item of discussion. I do have some data to share about students and what kinds of categories of homelessness we have and how many students we've actually lost who've left the district since August of 2023 when I first was here talking to y'all about this. Or actually not to y'all, it was the Human Services Department or Committee. So I'd be happy to share that later in the Zoom. I'm sorry I don't have it, I'm not able to share everything right now because I don't have a screen, but I will be happy to talk about that later. The basic gist of this is we need urgent support for our families that are experiencing homelessness. I'm all for all of the long-term plans that we have cooking, and I really am eager to be parts of conversations of that and hear what you have to offer for long-term affordable housing plans. But right now we have students and families that end up in urgent situations where they need utility bill help. They need first month's rent, security deposit. They need a hotel for a week, for 2 weeks, for 3 weeks, for a month. To help them be able to stay in our city and to be able to stay in our schools. And so we are really needing this urgent help while we figure out the long-term solutions for affordable housing. So I hope that you will vote yes on that line item in your agenda, and I look forward to the discussion later. Thank you. Oh, and also some people are trying to get into the Zoom and are not able to. I'm getting messages about that.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Brian Benson, who will be followed by Leslie McMillan. Looks like Brian Benson is having trouble unmuting. Is that right?
Sorry about that. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Mayor and council members, thank you. I add my plea to the others, including the Evanston Interfaith Clergy, asking you to please bring forward a proposal to adopt a ceasefire resolution. Use the voice of the city of Evanston. Join the other cities of our country in saying this is wrong and must stop. Atlanta, San Francisco, Minneapolis, Dayton, Detroit, Urbana, Bloomington, Seattle, Santa Fe. What was wrong, what was done, and what was not done will be remembered. Please do not stand by and do nothing. Speak out. Let the people of your city speak out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Tricia Connolly, who will be followed by Leslie McMillan.
Good evening, Mayor Biss, council members, and Clerk Mendoza. Couple of questions I would like all of you to ponder. Why did you ask people to vacate the Wesley property on February 13th, but you did not, as the city of Evanston, contact your own structural engineer until early May? Intentions for this property. This was sloppy, and it's unacceptable to push elderly Black residents, including veterans, out of their homes. You could have come up with a much more dignified way to move people out. And I would hope in this moment of having this happen that we turn a page and we figure out something much better and more respectful to people who are our neighbors in this community. We need to have a plan for people's future who get kicked out of their homes, beyond joining the list of hundreds of others awaiting permanent housing. But we have no such plan. $87 million in your hands over budget. Get an action plan for these residents. And there's been incredible impassioned speeches tonight about Wesley and about a ceasefire in Gaza. Look around the dais. Which two of you can get it together and be bold and come forward and say, enough is enough. Let's be the change that needs to happen in Evanston on these two matters. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Leslie McMillan. It looks like Leslie McMillan is also no longer in the Zoom. All right, seeing that none of the speakers who did not respond to the call are in the Zoom at this time, and there's no one in the waiting room, that concludes public comment for the evening. Councilmember Reed. Sorry, Councilmember Burns first. Councilmember Reed.
I have two things. The point of personal privilege, I know we don't typically respond to public comment. Just two things. I felt uncomfortable when people singled out our Jewish mayor as if he bears any more blame than any of us for a lack of moving a ceasefire resolution forward. And I'm really disappointed that folks aren't really seeking out truth and facts on the Wesley situation. But what I want to do is, are there two other members, and this is a genuine question, are there two other members that would want to put forward a ceasefire resolution? And if not seeing hands being raised, then I encourage the community to use the tools that you have at your disposal, which are to petition. You can create a petition, circulate it around our community, get 1,000 some odd signatures, and put a referendum on the ballot, an advisory question, and ask Evanston residents whether or not they support a ceasefire resolution. If this body isn't going to do it, and if that's an issue that you feel that you should vote us out because of, that is your right. Elections are coming up. I will happily help anyone who wants to run or wants to learn how to campaign, exercise your rights. But I shouldn't have said, but I encourage folks to petition and get a referendum circulated, unless there's members up here who want to put a ceasefire resolution forward, and I'm not seeing it. So that's it.
Councilmember Burns.
Hopefully this first part won't be seen as controversial, because I've said this I've met with people in the community. I actually believe that while this may not be a direct local issue, that anytime this many people petition their government to consider something, we should consider it, period. And I've said that in private. I'll say it now just so it's clear. And I've also articulated kind of what I personally would need to see in order to support a resolution. Because mind you, everybody's resolution in their mind is not the same, right? There's the resolution, but then there's the contents of it. And I think obviously that's where the disagreement is. But the reason why I supported us considering a gambling ordinance tonight, which is, again, our businesses came up, they asked for us to consider this, and I believe that issue deserves at least consideration of the full body, and I believe a ceasefire resolution does as well. Now, whether there's enough support to do that is another question. Secondly, I appreciate Mayor Biss for giving me a brief opportunity to just address the Wesley situation. Over the next several months, there'll continue to be misinformation spread about it. So I want to go and just briefly address the most pressing questions. There was a claim that people were moved out of Evanston. That's not true, especially in a scattered, kind of disorganized way. That's not true at all. There's an extended stay in Skokie that the city works with on a regular basis. It allows for 1 and 2 bedrooms. And so for people who we have not been able to locate into an apartment, which for half of the residents we have, and mind you, the majority of that group are still in the 5th Ward, not out of Evanston. And then the ones who aren't are in the 8th Ward, mostly. But for those who are not still in Evanston, in an apartment, are in an extended stay in Skokie, because you can cook there and they're larger units. So that's why, and we have a good relationship with them. They provide a discount, but we're working with them to make sure that we can locate them back here in Evanston. So nobody has moved out of Evanston, and nobody has been scattered away in a disorganized way. That is not true. And the last thing I just want to say is I want to commend our staff. And I've also been involved in this. Somebody said Evanston is supposed to be this progressive way. I challenge anybody humbly to find a city that has put this many resources in situations like this towards residents. It is unparalleled. And last example I give, just to underscore this point, somebody said, they had to give away all their stuff. Not only is that not true, in large part, we're providing storage assistance that we're saying we're going to pay for your belongings to be stored until you find an apartment. That's how wrong that statement is. So again, and Mayor Biss, thank you. If you want the facts, and please reach out to me. I'm not hiding. I'm completely accessible. My cell phone is on the city's website. If you want to talk through all the facts of this issue, I'm open. Thank you, Mayor Biss.
Thank you very much. This brings us to special orders of business. Is there a motion relative to item SP1?
I'll move item SP1, discussion of amending the city code to reduce the city's liquor tax.
Second. Councilmember Reed moves that we discuss item SP1. Councilmember Hadikati seconds. Forgive me, I'm going to, for the second time tonight, to talk a bunch, just because I want to set the stage. This item is on the agenda in this form because I wanted just the council to be able to, in an informal way, to weigh in and give us a path forward. If there is a next step coming out of this discussion, then that next step would go to A&PW. But here's the backstory. A number of liquor store owners and some restaurants with liquor licenses have come to me, and I'm sure to many or all of you, expressing disappointment with the city's high liquor tax rate. Our liquor tax of 6% is very high. Some people say it's the highest in the country. That I can't independently verify, but it's definitely higher than all of our neighbors, and in many cases quite a lot higher than the neighbors. And what is, I think, what I think is inarguable is that for liquor stores, there's a consequence where, like, they'll have regular customers who will then come in to figure out what they want to do for a very large purchase for a big event, and then actually go execute that purchase across the city borders in Skokie or Wilmette or Chicago. Some restaurant owners have argued that there's a kind of similar effect for, like, bookings of big events at restaurants. So this is something that I think all of us have heard about for a long time. I thought, let's take this on. Let's figure out what we can do. And so we brought it to the Liquor Control Review Board. I see Jeffrey Joseph, a member of the board, is here this evening. Thanks for joining us. And my directive to them was, listen, guys, whatever gets decided here, I don't think it's going to be very productive to send something that blows a $3 million hole in the budget to City Council. So don't just say we want to repeal the liquor tax. Instead, figure out if there's a way to replace that revenue. And that triggered a whole bunch of discussions. So the initial idea that was discussed was to replace the 6% liquor tax, which again is kind of out of line with our neighbors, with a food and beverage tax, which would be levied on basically prepared foods, food in restaurants, and all liquor, whether packaged or served in restaurants. And to replace the $3 million of revenue from the 6% liquor tax, you'd have to either levy a 1.5% food and beverage tax or a 1.25% food and beverage tax, but then also have a 3% tax on packaged liquor only. So those are two different ways of making up the revenue internal to the food and beverage world that are, just to be quick about it, much more in line with what our neighbors do. A little higher than some, a little lower than some, but kind of broadly speaking similar to our neighbors, unlike what we do now. So the Liquor Board talked about that and heard some, I would say, pretty negative feedback from restaurant owners about that proposal, and as a result backed away from it and asked staff, are there other ways that we might do this? And staff came back and said, well, if you want to spread the $3 million in tax revenue as broadly as possible, you could just do a quarter point sales tax hike, which I think makes up 2 of the $3 million. And so it would require staying with a 2% liquor tax together with a quarter point sales tax increase. And that was the item that the Liquor Control Review Board voted on, which candidly, this is kind of an unusual roll call. I, as the chair, voted no. It came out on a 4-1 vote with my opposition, not because I'm dead set against it, but I didn't want us to just, I didn't personally want to just say, hey, I'm for a sales tax increase, knowing that we have already a high sales tax, knowing that that might have a tricky impact on all sorts of other businesses that hadn't yet been a part of the discussion. And so, I wanted to learn more. So it came out of that committee. And then before bringing it forth, I asked the heads of the SSAs as well as the chamber to just kind of poll their members and come back with a survey. A very top line result of that is in the packet. The reason that it's such a top line is that we had a lot of verbal, a lot of comments that were typed that were not obviously intended for public. I think they often would have kind of implicitly revealed who the person making the comment was. And so we wanted to protect people's privacy and put a high level summary. But the summary was basically, it was kind of evenly divided. There were a strong constituency for just go ahead and replace the food and beverage tax with the sales tax. There was a strong constituency for no, go back to the second option and replace it with a food and beverage tax. And there was a strong constituency for just stick with the liquor tax, don't raise any other taxes. And so we got to figure out what to do about this, if anything. And rather than just send a specific thing without this explanation to ANPW and sort of roll the dice over there, I wanted to bring it to council and see if y'all had either questions or opinions that you wanted to share before something is sent to ANPW. So with that, open for questions. I know we have staff here from our finance and budget team, and I know there's also some restaurant owners who are I'm sure available to respond to questions as well. We begin with Councilmember Reed.
Thank you. I first want to start with, folks have described our liquor tax as a, it's a puritanical tax, it's a sin tax, and I'm not going to get into a big thing about why do we have taxes, particularly at the local level, but we recognize that alcohol has a negative impact on society. I don't think that that's disputed. And part of why we have taxes for certain items like alcohol, like tobacco, like cannabis, is because we recognize that impact. We recognize that folks, there's some risk that we are able to take, but we recognize that, people are going to be people and we can't completely police what they do, particularly when it comes to things like alcohol, drugs, other items. We've seen what happens when we try to prohibit it altogether. And so we've decided, hey, we'll place a tax on these items to account for the societal harm that is caused by these items. So to me, that's not a sin tax. That's not puritanical. That's common sense. We think about drunk driving accidents and lost productivity because of next day hangovers. So then an alcohol tax makes sense at some point. And then you wonder, well, what is the issue at hand here? What I'm hearing is that folks, and what the mayor just explained, is that folks believe that because our liquor tax is so high, it's an outlier tax, that they are losing business. Okay, that could be possible. I've never once heard anyone complain about the liquor tax, but if that is the theory, that folks are losing business because the tax is an outlier tax, then theoretically, if we reduce the tax, there should be an increase in sales. That has to be the theory that we're thinking about here. And if there is to be an increase in sales because this tax has depressed them, then we should realize more revenue. There should be a point where we can lower the tax where it would break even, or potentially even, again, if the theory holds, make more money. I don't necessarily agree with that theory. I don't think that the majority of folks are considering this when they go out and purchase alcohol, particularly at restaurants. As was noted, the lion's share of the revenue for our liquor tax comes from our larger retailers. And so, I certainly would not be supportive of increasing the food and beverage tax or creating a food and beverage tax. Certainly, think about, people do pay attention to the sales tax. And we'd probably have news crews here happily filming that Evanston has the highest sales tax in the county, in the state. That is something that would be detrimental. I don't think there's been a single, until we had started having this discussion, I don't think you could Google and find a story about Evanston's liquor tax. This wasn't a thing. There weren't, people posting and complaining about it, other than the business owners. And rightfully so, because they believe that they're paying it because they are the ones who are collecting and remitting the tax on behalf of the city. And so they see this large check that they send out, quarterly or monthly, whenever the remittance is due. So with all of that, I fully would reject the idea of us increasing taxes that would impact families and mothers and children who are either, whether it's the food and beverage tax, someone who's trying to just feed their family and they have to now pay more because we want to subsidize, we want to reduce the cost for folks who are consuming what is essentially a luxury item and one that has negative impacts on society. And I certainly don't want to see us increase the sales tax generally, which could have a detrimental impact on our businesses broadly, but also mean that same family, when they're buying toilet paper and paper towels and cleaning supplies and a new stove, that they're going to have to pay more, again, to offset the cost of folks who are consuming alcohol. So if we believe that the theory, and if there's another theory, please, I'll wrap up here, but if there's another theory, please let me know if I'm thinking about this wrong. If we believe the theory, I think we can reduce the liquor tax a certain amount, and realize more revenue, or we should just leave it where it is and realize that maybe we have reached an equilibrium where the average consumer, or more than the average consumer, is not paying attention to the 6% liquor tax. It's not having a detrimental impact broadly on sales, and we're in a good place. So yeah, I think we really have to decide which path we're on, and certainly we cannot go down. I would not be supportive of going down the path of making it more expensive for single mothers and senior citizens and folks who are struggling here to buy basic necessary goods. So, thank you.
Councilmember Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate the opportunity to have a discussion like this, and hopefully that the outcome of the discussion tonight will be enough of a consensus that we can draft an ordinance that will come back to this body and can be passed without much further discussion. But I want to begin by saying that the 6% liquor consumption tax is definitely an outlier, to use Councilmember Reed's term, and it's time to change that. There might be historical reasons based on our interesting history in Evanston when it comes to alcohol. But this is the 21st century, so I'm fully in favor of repealing the liquor consumption tax as it now stands. Having said that, revenue is also important, and $3 million is not nothing, and we can't just walk away from that kind of revenue in our budget. So the question to me becomes, how can we more fairly redistribute that burden amongst our tax residents, or amongst our residents? And so I agree with Councilmember Reed that to impose that tax burden on all of the residents in Evanston by increasing our home rule sales tax would be inappropriate. That takes the burden away from folks that have enough disposable income to go out to eat or to buy a case of wine at the liquor store, and spreads that burden amongst the families that are just trying to put food on the table and doing that at the grocery store. So of the options in front of us tonight, the third one to me is a non-starter. That's the one that increases the home rule sales tax. Honestly, I could live personally with either the first or second option. The first option increases the food and beverage sales tax. I want to clarify as a point of information that I kind of am inferring from Councilmember Reed's comments might need to be clarified. When we're talking about the food and beverage tax, as contemplated in the material in front of us, this applies only to prepared food. I'll phrase that as a question to staff who can answer. It does not apply to cornflakes and apple juice and bratwursts and hot dog buns at the grocery store. It only applies to restaurants. And it would also apply to the buffet section at Whole Foods, where you can go and put some mashed potatoes and some ham and some green beans in your package and make yourself a lunch or dinner. So can somebody please confirm that I am understanding that correctly?
Good evening, Mayor, the members of the City Council. Yes, Councilmember Nusma, that's right, on the prepared foods.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to make sure that was understood by the public and members of the council as well. So what it comes down to for me is either option 1 or 2 are fine with me personally. I do have some stakeholders in the 4th Ward that feel very strongly that option 1 is preferred. So I guess that's where my vote comes down. And so just to clarify, option 1 is a repeal of the liquor consumption tax, an imposition of a 1.5% food and beverage tax that applies only to prepared food, and no change to the home rule sales tax. So that's where I would come down on this one. That's all for now. Thank you.
Just point of
Council.
Go ahead.
Councilmember Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I would say that I agree with Councilmember Reed and Councilmember Newsmont, and to the extent that I also do not think that we should change our sales tax. For all of the reasons that have just been stated, that's to me unfair burden that we're adding to all of those folks. I would be willing to have a food and beverage tax. I would be willing to have some kind of blend of a food and beverage tax and a packaged liquor tax of some amount that then makes up that $3 million. But I could definitely not support an increase in the home rule sales tax. So if there is an acceptable blend of those others, I'm not sure that I would necessarily go with all of it being the food and beverage tax, but because we do have these large big box stores that sell packaged liquor, and I think we should, and right now, as has been stated, 70% of our income for this tax comes from them. So I think it would be smart for us to make sure that we continue to tax that in a packaged form. Thank you.
Is anyone else interested in speaking for a first time? Councilmember Kelly.
Thank you. So I agree also with what Councilmember Reed has said. I'm interested in reducing, absolutely, we need to reduce our liquor tax. It's too high, and we want to attract people to Evanston. I also do question if it will increase revenue. I don't really think if we were to simply reduce our liquor tax, and I don't think we're going to really notice it, the loss of revenue, given that the routine incredible surpluses that we've been running. I don't think it's a problem. In fact, I think we still need to look at free parking and what we can do to bring more people in. I'm not in favor of increasing our food and beverage tax so that when a family goes out, now they're paying an even higher bill plus parking fees. So I'm not in favor of that, but I am absolutely in favor of reducing the liquor tax. I think it is too high. I'm not sure to what amount. I would love to see like some town halls with business owners where people can hear each other speak. And I'd love to hear what our local business community is saying about this and their ideas. So again, I'd like to see us again consider availing ourselves of like potentially 2 hours of free parking in the evening, reduce our liquor fee, and see what that does in terms of increasing overall our revenue and sales tax. Thank you.
Thank you. Looks like no one else is asking to speak for the first time, so we go back to Councilmember Newsmont with 1:20 left.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is just a point of clarification. Councilmember Wynn is suggesting a blended tax, and I just want to clarify that if we have both a packaged liquor tax and a food and beverage tax, would alcohol purchased at a liquor store be subject to both of those taxes, or just the packaged liquor tax? Or is that up to us?
Are you able to hear me okay?
Yeah, go ahead, Clayton.
Okay, yeah, sorry, I had to be remote today, but I can answer that question. So it really is up to you guys. We found examples in Skokie and Hoffman Estates where Skokie just charges the 2% food and beverage tax and the 2% packaged liquor tax. But if you look in Hoffman Estates, they charge the 2% food and beverage tax. And on top of that, they charge a 3% packaged liquor tax. So the tax you pay in Hoffman Estates is actually 5% versus in Skokie where it's the 2%. So it's really up to you guys to decide if you want to blend of the two, if you want the package tax to apply and the food and beverage tax to apply. It's something that communities can choose.
Clayton, I'm going to sort of horn in on Councilmember Newsman's question here. There's a math issue, though, which is that the goal is to add up to the same $3 million in revenue. In the proposal in the packet, that's 1.25% food and beverage and 3% packaged liquor that seeks to be revenue neutral. What type is it? Do you remember if those two are additive or not?
I believe it is added. It's the tax on packaged liquor in Evanston would be 4.25% under that option. And that's only on packaged liquor. Now, prepared liquor, you'd only pay the 1.25% at a restaurant. But packaged liquor would be the 4.25%.
Okay. All right. Yeah, thank you for clarifying. I also want to call council's attention to some data that was circulated to us via email later this afternoon. It's not in the packet for council tonight. It was in previous packets at the Liquor Commission. So of the 21 communities that we have data for here, looking at food and beverage tax, there are 8 communities that have a food and beverage tax greater or equal to 1.5%. 10 communities that have a food and beverage tax of less than 1.5%, but something greater than 0, and only 3 communities that have that do not have a food and beverage tax. And then if we look at the packaged liquor tax, 7 of the 21 communities do impose a packaged liquor tax anywhere from 1 to 4%. So, either option 1 or option 2 kind of puts us in the mix as being a normal community in this neck of the woods. We would no longer be an outlier. I will support option 1. Thanks.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
I think just for the simplicity of implementing this for the different businesses, I would be leaning towards option 1 for the 1.5% food and beverage tax. The number 2 I think would be, acceptable too. That still puts us right in the same range as Skokie, which I think is probably what a lot of the businesses are saying are our biggest competitors, and when it comes to this, and I just, I do agree with all my other colleagues that I would not want to raise the sales tax overall.
Councilmember Harris.
Good evening, and thank you for recognizing me. I'm going to side with Councilmember Reed. I'm going to struggle charging people to eat out the few times that they may be able to. We talk about food insecurity so many times that the few times people may be able to go out and eat, and saying to offset liquor, which if you know me, I have a drink and I never want to taste the alcohol. I want to taste the cranberry. I don't want to taste the alcohol. So drinking is not a big deal for me, but food is. 70 pounds overweight. So food is a big deal. Drinking isn't. We need to figure that out, and having people pay more for food concerns me. But I also know that our liquor tax is too high and that it does have to be reduced, but not on the backs of somebody trying to eat. So we know that if you buy an apple is more expensive. A lot of times eating healthy is more expensive than fast food, though fast food is growing. So I believe in a reduction of the tax, but not on the back of food. Thank you.
I think still no one's asking to speak for the first time, so we go to Councilmember Kelly with 3 3/4 minutes left.
Thank you. So is there a deadline if we're to change the tax?
Yes, so if we want to implement it, they implement in 2 phases, DIDO, July 1 and January 1. If we want it implemented by July 1, we have to have the ordinance by April 1. So obviously we must.
I'm sorry, by when?
April 1.
Point of order. That's only if we're going with the sales tax option, correct?
I mean, if you are going with the home rule sales, yeah, liquor tax is our own.
So there is no deadline outside of the
home rule sales.
Outside of the home rule
sales tax
of 1.25. Okay. All right. So no deadline. Okay. Thank you. I just want to stress again, I agree both with Councilmember Harris and Councilmember Reed. I absolutely want to reduce the liquor tax. It is really high. When you look at Wilmette, where it's really low, and their home rule tax is 1%. I think we need to do everything we can to make Evanston more welcoming and less costly. So I think we should go ahead and reduce it. I don't know by how much at this point, but absolutely we should reduce it. And if we need to, though I don't think we need to, let's find other places where we can do budget cuts if we need to. Again, I don't think we're going to need to do that. So that's what I would advocate. Thank you.
The only person who's asked to speak is out of time, so if you could be very quick, Councilmember Reed.
I'll be quick. And I'm sorry, I attended every Liquor Commission meeting on this. I'm sure the commission members appreciated my presence. I will say that I've put quite a bit of thought in this. So I think Carl Klein's suggestion with the graduated tax, I think for the big box businesses, for the Benny's, for the Whole Foods, for the Jewel, I don't think we need to change a darn thing. One, they're not coming to us saying that they're having an issue. They make up 70% of the revenue. I think we can adjust it just for our restaurants and just for our smaller businesses like Wine Goddess. And we can do it based on square footage if that's what we want to do. And so we can create a fairly simple code to implement where we know it's only going to hit the folks who are making up 70% of the bill. And then for the smaller businesses, I mean, they make up less than $1 million. If we were to reduce it, again, according to the theory, they should see more business. So, I mean, I think it's worth taking the test on this or finding another way to generate what I hope would just be $1 million. And I hope we'd leave everything the same for the large businesses. Because even the food and beverage tax, I just want to make this one last point. One, I was very aware, again, I attended every single meeting. I knew that it was just for, restaurants, and I'll close here. But we know that low income folks, particularly more often than others, actually eat out more and go out to, fast food places more than other folks because it's it's convenience. And this council voted down a modest proposal just to put a fee on Uber and Lyft and whatever that is, the stuff that the food service delivery apps. But we'd be voting to increase the tax on folks who are trying to feed their families quickly.
I think we've heard your position. Now we have someone wanting to speak a third time. This is the consequence. With 3 minutes left, Councilmember Kelly.
So I also want to double back on the idea of what Mr. Carl Klein said and Councilmember Reed to get some proposals for formula businesses or big box. I'm not sure about the square footage, but I think it's volume, like formula businesses is what we're really looking at. So I'd like to see some other examples of other cities that have imposed taxes along those lines and then, greatly reduce, if not eliminate the tax for our local businesses.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Nusma, your wishes were not granted. We did not achieve a consensus. We heard a lot of, I think, productive input that was inconsistent with other folks' productive input. I'll sort of look back at this video and sort of do some sort of tallying and figure out what, if any, next steps make sense. But I do appreciate folks' thoughtful engagement with this. I think it's a tough issue. $3 million is a lot of money and the liquor tax is high. And I think it would be great if we could find a genuinely kind of sensible, mutually agreeable way to address this, and more to come. That brings us to the consent agenda. What would folks like to see removed from the consent agenda?
M1.
What's that?
M1.
M1.
The minutes.
Yep.
I wasn't here.
A7, A8, HS1, HS2, and P1.
So, go ahead.
FB1 and FB2.
At this time, we have M1, A7, A8, P1, HS1, HS2, FB1, FB2. Is there any further removals that folks would like to see? Yep, M1, A7, A8, P1, HS1, HS2, FB1, FB2.
I would like to move, or I'm sorry, I don't know if Councilmember Burns, I want to draw attention to P1, the suspension of the rules.
Sorry, to what?
P1?
Oh, right. But it has been removed already.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Anything else folks would like to see removed? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move the consent agenda minus items M1, A7, A8, HS1, HS2, FB1, FB2, and P1.
Second.
Councilmember Newsman moves the consent agenda with the exception of the 8 items just read. Councilmember Harris seconds. Seeing no discussion, would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Haggerty's?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen? Aye. Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
With 7 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and the consent agenda, with the exception of items M1, A7, A8, P1, HS1, HS2, FB1, and FB2, is passed. Now on item M1, would someone care to make a motion?
I'll move item M1, meeting minutes from the regular city council meeting on May 13th, 2024.
Second.
Councilmember Reed moves adoption of the meeting minutes from the regular city council meeting of May 13th, 2024. Councilmember Hedekati seconds. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Harris.
Yeah, I just had this removed. I was not there. May 13th, I was conducting Oakton College's graduation, so I didn't want to vote on that.
Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Haggerty's?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris?
Abstain.
Councilmember Nguyen is not here, and Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
With 5 voting in favor, none voting against, and 1 abstention, the motion carries and the minutes are approved. Now on item
Mayor
A.
Biss, could we do P1 because we have people here from the church?
Is there any objection to going ahead to P1? Seeing none, Councilmember Burns, do you have a motion to suspend the rules?
I do. I move item P1, and I would like to request suspension of the rules to allow for introduction and action.
One motion at a time.
I'll second the motion to suspend the rules.
Councilmember Burns moves the rules be suspended so that ordinance 49-0-24 can be introduced and acted upon this evening. Councilmember Newsma seconds. Is there any discussion on the motion to suspend the rules? Seeing none, will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Haggerty's?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris? Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
With 6 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion has received the required unanimous support and passes. The rules are suspended, and ordinance 49-0-24 may be introduced and acted upon this evening. Councilmember Burns, do you have a motion?
Yeah, move item P1.
Second.
Councilmember Burns moves final passage pursuant to the rule suspension just effectuated of ordinance 49-0-24. Councilmember Harris seconds. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Harris.
I just wanted to say this is a church that my daughter grew up in, and she had a really good time at this church. So I think that it's a good move for us to do. But this is a church that my daughter grew up in. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Haggerty's?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen. Councilmember Nguyen is on her way, but Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
With 6 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and ordinance 49-0-24 is passed. Now on item A7, Councilmember Newsma.
Mr. Mayor, I move item A7, Resolution 35R24, authorizing the city manager to execute an easement agreement with Lifetime Fitness for parking at Sherman Plaza.
Second.
Councilmember Newsma moves passage of resolution 35-R-24. Councilmember Reed seconds. Councilmember Newsma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I fully intend to support this. I removed it from consent just to be able to celebrate this a little bit. What we're talking about here is $220,000 a year in revenue coming to the city of Evanston. Luke Tatar, would you like to tell us a little bit about this arrangement and how we got to this number?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor, City Clerk, City Manager, council members, Luke Tatara, Facilities, Fleet, and Parking right now. We are here because of multiple people who put together this awesome plan. One was Paul Zamozak and Mike Riviera, who also helped negotiate the lease. So this is the previous location of the LA Fitness. Right now will be Lifetime Fitness, minus the pool. I hear that they want to do the pool. So But since Sherman Garage have three owners, there's a parking component, there's a retail component, and there is a condominium component. They partner with us so they can lease the parking spot from the city garage, which will be 150 parking spots for, like you mentioned, $22,000 per month, which is give us $264,000 per year times 15 years. It's almost $4 million additional revenue to parking fund. Is any other questions?
So are we going to have enough parking spaces left over for everybody else that needs to shop in downtown?
Thank you for the question. So parking we have 1,580 parking spots in the parking garage. They only lease 150. With utilization of 50% to 55% of our parking garage, we have plenty of parking left for our new civic center guests and anybody else who want to shop in downtown.
Will they have designated parking areas, or they can just park anywhere in the garage and they validate when they go into
So then we have a dedication between the 8th and 10th floor. There'll be 150 marked spots. However, there's more than 150 spots in there, so if somebody parked there by mistake, nobody will get ticketed or get any citation. So, but this will be between the 8th and 10th floor.
Right, and I think I misspoke earlier. It's actually $264,000 a year.
Yes.
Coming into the city, $22,000
To the parking fund.
Into the parking fund. So, can you tell me a little bit about the current status of the parking fund? And if I'm not mistaken, we just transferred some money into the parking fund to make up for a deficit.
Well, we're kind of hurting because people say post-COVID. I don't think this is post-COVID. This is a new reality with the hybrid work and utilization of the parking garages with our continue raising expensive to operate those garages, because we always talk about the revenue, but we never talk about the expensive, which we have to pay from our fund. Like we have operator of the garages, we have capital improvements of those parking garages, and without raising any rates recently for last 4 years, with the inflation and everything, our balance of the funds start to be a little bit questionable there. So,
right.
So this will help, but this is still not. We still have to find the ways to boost this.
So this revenue in and of itself won't be enough to maintain the parking facility?
Well, if the parking garage is almost 30 years old, now we're facing some expenses which is coming with the aging of the facilities, right? So if this will be 25 years ago, we say, yeah, that's additional money because the initial investment was already made. Now we have to catch up on maintenance. I don't say catch up. There's some stuff which we have to start doing because of the age of the structure.
Yeah, so I think I'd be interested going forward into knowing, I would be interested in knowing what that schedule looks like going forward, so we can see how much extra revenue we might have here that we might be able to, pass on to Evanston residents in some way, shape, or form. And I know parking is another discussion that Councilmember Kelly is interested in. So just a heads up that this might lead to some additional discussions down the road.
Welcome to a discussion. If you guys have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. That's all I had.
Any other questions?
Councilmember Reed.
Thank you. I'm maybe one of the biggest fans of the parking team. But I have a couple questions here. Did LA Fitness have a contract with the city for this, and did they pay?
Yes, back in the day, they have a validation as well. They have similar deal with what we have right now. I don't believe this was way before my time in parking. I don't think they have a branding space, but they have a validation machine.
Okay. Oh, and so these are branded spaces.
It's just
like the Target spaces are branded.
Just between the 8th and 10th floor to be signs, and then we try to be a brand. There will be a brand of the LA Lifetime Fitness. Sorry, I'm dyslexic. So there'll be some branding on the floors, but they're not. There's more than 150 spaces in this floor. So if somebody find themselves there, they don't be in any violation of using the spots.
Thank you. What is the average cost for an Evanston resident to rent a spot? What is the monthly cost for a resident to rent a spot? Could a resident rent a spot in this garage? I know some of our surface lots, they certainly can. So what would the cost to a resident be?
It depends on the garage. The cheapest one will be Maple Garage, the rooftop for $60
a month.
I think $110 for regular cover, so we have a roof under. And I think Sherman will be right now 135, but I'm not. The number doesn't stick. I think around $130 right now is the monthly rental in the Sherman garage.
Okay. Thank you for that. When I did the math here, it comes out to about $146 that Lifetime Fitness would be paying per month per stall.
Yes, but this validation is only for first 2.5 hours. So after 2.5 hours, if the guests stay longer than this, then we have to pay the rate from after 2.5 hours. The time is start ticking, and for first hour is $1. So it's only for 2.5 hours for them.
Okay. That is helpful to know. And one last thing, is someone who also has 30-year-old aging facilities. I am curious, where are we? What is the average lifespan for a building like this? And then what kind of investments are we going to be having to make over the next few years?
Well, this is more question towards city engineer. There is equipment which is aging and stuff like this, but when we're talking about the structure of the building, we do the yearly or by every couple of years the assessment of the structure. So I cannot speak to the schedule of this. This will be more towards city engineer and the CIP.
Okay. Yeah, I'd love to keep that in mind as we go forward with contracts to, and even with the cost to residents. In order to maintain the building, do we have to, charge more? Or maybe we're right at the sweet spot. I just would love an assessment on that in the near future.
When you recall 2 years ago almost, I presented the parking study made by WGN, and this study was clearly say that our parking is in the lower bracket of that we should raise our prices 2 years ago. So if somebody wanted a copy of this report, I can send it back. But yeah, this is we already studied this problem that we should raise our prices.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Wonderful work for the team.
It's team effort.
And I'm sorry, one last thing I just want to highlight here, because one upgrade that we need across the system, I believe, is with the payment system. We're currently using Skidata.
Yes.
Correct. And it is just not, in my opinion, up to modern standards. You can't tap your phone and pay, which is how everyone is paying nowadays. Or not everyone, a lot of folks, especially for my generation, that's how folks are paying nowadays. And so I do think that system, when we get the opportunity, we need to look at.
So definitely this is the part of the biggest conversation what we have regarding the parking. What we do, our gate system in the parking garage start to be obsolete. And in next probably 18 months, we have to figure out the route, which way we want to go. If we go with the freakless, so that's mean the photo enforcement, or we go with the gates, there is some additional capital improvement which we have to figure out the next 18 months which route you want to go.
Thank you very much.
There will be much more conversation about this, that's for sure.
Certainly. Thank you.
Councilmember Harris.
Thank you. Councilmember Reed asked one of my questions about what it costs monthly for our residents to park there, because I wanted to make sure that
it's not only for residents. Everybody can buy the monthly pass.
Okay, so somebody who lived in Chicago could pay.
So for commuters, so for example, if somebody work in Evanston and want to have the parking spot in the parking garage, he or she more than welcome to buy the monthly pass. For example, construction workers buy the passes in the Sherman, Maple garage, all over the place because the parking is limited for them, so they buy the monthly passes.
Okay, and it's the same rate.
The same rate.
Evanston resident. Okay. And you mentioned that we're low in our parking, and
I just say that we're a little bit below the average. The report, like I said, it was 2 years ago. I have to refresh my knowledge about, but there was
no, our fund. I
fund,
understand
yes.
that we're lower on the parking, but our fund.
Well, yeah. If we need to make the transfer back from the general fund, it seems we're low. So
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, would the clerk please take the roll?
thank you.
Councilmember Hadagaris?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen? Aye. Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed? That was an aye.
With 6 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and Resolution 35-R-24 is passed. Councilmember Newsma on item A8.
Mr. Mayor, I move item A8, authorization to proceed with the purchase of 729 to 739 Howard Street.
Second.
Councilmember Newsman moves to authorize to proceed with the purchase of 729 to 39 Howard Street. Councilmember Reed seconds. Councilmember Reed.
Yeah, I'll just, I was unable to make the last meeting, and so I know that the current owners were present. I know that our health, our environmental consultant here. Hello, sir. First time seeing you in person. Nice to see you. So actually, I'm going to hold off and allow some questions to be asked, and I'd like the opportunity to respond to any specific questions. But I'll just kick it off here and say that the family who we are purchasing this property from has been extremely patient with the city thus far, allowed us to go through these various phases of the environmental study, expecting to be able to retire well over a year ago, or going on over a year ago at this point, and sell their business for more money than what we are paying for the property. But they were willing to take that loss during their retirement in order to make the community better, in order to be able to realize a project on this site that could provide much needed housing on Howard Street that would add to the vibrancy and the safety of the community and the walkability of the community. And so I would encourage us to move forward with this. I'll ask one question to our consultant. Do you think that based on the studies that have been conducted thus far, do you think it is highly probable that we will receive the no further remediation level, or no further remediation letter from the Illinois EPA?
Yes.
Okay.
Answer your question.
So with that, I think we've made this family wait long enough. This is a good investment. I heard some folks say, that, we're concerned about the city owning more property. Well, the goal is not for us to operate this site. The goal is, Paul and I have met with developers. There is interest in this site. This is a developable site. And I am confident when combining this with the property that we have owned for some time that we will be able to get. I think Paul is ready to go with it. If we approve it tonight, I think Paul's ready to go with an RFP to get this out to developers and really get some a neat mixed use, mixed income development here. And before I run out of time to respond to anything, I will end now. Thank you.
Councilmember Newsman followed by Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really like the concept here, and I want to give credit to Councilmember Reed for bringing it to council and, keeping the focus on one of our 6 council priorities of affordable housing. Having said that, I'm really, really nervous about acquiring property with some environmental risks. So I'd like to hear a little bit more about the potential risk or the likelihood of this passing, ultimately passing or not passing IEPA muster. Right, for residential use. I understand there's a different threshold for commercial use. I don't want to end up owning commercial property. I don't think anyone here does. I hope you don't. Acquiring this property for eventual development as residential use is what we're looking for here. And if there's anything that is going to maybe complicate that from the environmental perspective, I'd really like to get to the bottom of that.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. City Clerk, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'm Paul Zalmazak. I serve as the Economic Development Manager. You see enough of me day after day, week after week, but I'll kick off just a few points and then I'll invite Mr. Johnson to the microphone to answer any questions. So number one, I'm not sure it was clear when Mr. Johnson said that, yes, we will get the NFR letter. That is for residential. And I'll let him explain that. We will get it. The question is, will we get it in 3 months or 6 months? And that's the reason we came back last time, is because we don't know. And we've been at this for a year. We're going to get it. We just don't know. And unfortunately, As much time as Ms. Yunn's provided, we're out of time.
So last time, are we more certain now than we were last time that we will eventually get the letter?
I'm going to let Mr. Johnson answer that. So why don't you come up? And then I'll add my points back if necessary.
We are in the same position that we were 2 weeks ago. We're still waiting to define the extent of impact. We've collected another sample last week. We're waiting for those results, but we're in the same position that we were 2 weeks ago. I feel 100% confident we will get the residential NFR letter and do the things that we propose to do to address the.
That's a 1% upgrade from the number I heard previously.
Right, yes.
So trending in the right direction, I
Yes.
suppose. Okay, so what we don't know yet is what additional testing might be required
Correct.
to determine the geographic scope of the potential environmental issues.
Correct.
But regardless of if that goes out another 50 feet or 100 feet or 200 feet, it doesn't really impact the property in question.
Correct. Yes.
But before IEPA can issue the certificate for the property in question, they need to answer the
Extent area for residential.
that goes beyond the property in question.
Yes.
So we know for sure that we are going to get that
Yes.
letter. We just don't know when.
Correct.
Now, in terms of, I guess, thank you very much. That answers
Sure.
my question. I guess my next question would then be for Paul. In terms of our ability to put this out in an RFP to get some developers who are going to build housing, are we waiting for IEPA before we can issue that RFP, or are we issuing that RFP with a little asterisk that says, IEPA approval pending?
Yes, I think it's the latter. And I think I've talked with Mr. Johnson about this beforehand. A developer is going to know that it only has an NFR for commercial. Because this is a relatively common occurrence in older cities, the pollution of sites from dry cleaning facilities, they're very used to this. So we've done a lot of the work already for the development community waiting for this NFR. We could have kind of been a little bit of a cowboy and just acquired it and then just went with it. So we're trying to do the right thing. We've done the risk assessment. Remember, we are not testing 739. We're not testing the laundromat any further. We know the extent. Like, we know that site, my understanding from Mr. Johnson is that site, the pollution on that site's below the standard that concerns the state. It's stuff that's happening south and east of the site as the pollution kind of gravitated from the site.
And what is the pollution, or what was the pollution? When did it occur?
It's a common dry cleaner solvent.
Okay.
I think it's in the memo I spelled out. Yeah, is it PERG? It's PERG. Yeah.
Okay. And how long ago was that dry cleaner operating there? Like, the business that's there now is just a laundromat, not a dry cleaner, correct? Or
So the property that the city owns, 729, was once a dry cleaner. So ironically, the site that we control is the one that has done the pollution. I'm assuming that former alderman had done the research when she acquired it or recommended acquisition back in 2003. But at that time, we were looking at it for commercial. So we in 2003, we got the letter for commercial. Now we're trying to upgrade it to residential.
okay. And so we will be able to get that letter for the adjacent site already under our control as well.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have for now.
Councilmember Kelly.
Thank you. So it's looking good. It's looking better. I still am concerned, only because my understanding is that usually you don't buy anything without the completion report being submitted, that a delay with the IEPA is expected. We could put that off, but at least that we have the completion report submitted, which is, I see that there's still testing that has to be done. So that does concern me.
So, like I said, we're waiting for another round of testing to be completed. We should get those results in 2 weeks. Assuming we get what we're looking for our results, then I should be able to put together the completion report within 2 weeks after that.
Great, because I think
So I'm hoping by before the 4th of July holiday, if everything works out.
Okay. I mean, mean, that's what I understand from environmental attorneys. That like the completion report is the minimum. You can put off the IEPA report because they're backlogged and understaffed and everything else. So that makes me a little uncomfortable. Thank you. Oh, let's see. I had one other question. I think that's it for now. Okay, thanks.
Seeing no further council member, no one is requesting to speak for the first time, so we go back to a second time to Councilmember Reed with 225 left.
Thank you. I appreciate the questions from my colleagues, and I appreciate the responses from staff and from outside consultants. I would just encourage a yes vote I'd love to see a unanimous yes vote. But we, again, Miss Yoon, the family has been extremely gracious to the city. This is a unique opportunity for us to acquire property on Howard and to actually add housing to this, which would add to our housing goals, which unfortunately we haven't had as much progress as we would like to see on that front. And this is a property that, as I noted, that we've been speaking to folks about. It's ready to go. And now I've struck a bunch more lights, and so I'll stop talking.
There's a Nancy Pelosi turn of phrase that's never bad to remember. Councilmember Nguyen, followed by Hedekaris.
I have a question for Councilmember Reed. You know, as someone who actually used to practice environmental law, I am reluctant to vote yes to purchase this without getting that report. And can we wait 2 more weeks so that we actually have certainty, and then you would get a unanimous vote, I think?
I don't know. I don't think we'll have an option in 2 more weeks. And I think, and as was noted, we gave staff permission to purchase this property already. We didn't have to come back to council to take this extra level of transparency. The staff had every authorization just to move forward, and I was supportive of bringing this back for a public, transparent process with the council. And so I wish we did, but I think this family is ready to retire and has waited long enough.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Councilmember Nguyen, I wanted, just based on consulting with Mr. Johnson, the 739 property is not polluted. I just want to be very clear on what we're going to accomplish. So 729 is property we own. It's the cause of the pollution, and there are no further additional tests happening on 739. We know the risk. We've assessed it. We've measured. There's no additional testing needed. It's not polluted. It's the one that we already own, 729, plus whatever's happening as it drifts off site to the south and east. So no matter what, 739 is not polluted. It's not going to be polluted because it's going in the opposite direction. We already own the risk, and there's nothing else that can be done with 739. So if we make the acquisition, the only risk we have is, which I thought I heard a moment ago, there's no risk, it went up to 100%, that we can't build residential on it. But the real risk is that it's just taking a long time to get there, and we're going to lose Miss Young and her husband's support, and we won't be able to buy the property. That's where we are.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
That's helpful.
Councilmember Hedekaris, followed by Burns.
So I just want to second what Councilmember Reed had mentioned before. I really feel like we should move forward on this. There is really not a lot of opportunities for us to take site control like this, and we're facing an uphill battle in providing more sites for more housing. And I wholeheartedly feel like we should move forward tonight. And I just want to thank the family again for being patient with us. And these things take a long time, and I think we need to move fast this evening.
Councilmember Burns.
Sorry if this was already asked. I had to step out for a moment. Paul, so is there a scenario where we get some information back and that means that we cannot build residential on the site that we're considering purchasing today?
I think the answer is no, but would you like a more nuanced response from our consultant, or is?
Sure, and because my understanding from what you just said a few moments ago is the issue now is not the site we are considering purchasing tonight. It's the property next to it. And I know there's a desire from Councilmember Reed and likely all of us to develop this into one maybe site, but we don't have to, right? We could purchase this, and if we find something out about the other thing, we could just develop housing here. So we would have options, but
Right.
it wouldn't be. But my point is that what we're considering tonight is just purchasing property and that has already, that it's been determined that it is not contaminated.
That is a way of stating it, yes.
Okay. Now the nuance,
Of course you will.
I will take a little nuance. I like a
So
little nuance.
I will express something briefly before I pass it to Mr. Johnson. But the next step, what Mr. Johnson is trying to help the state determine is the extent of the pollution off-site. So he's drawing a line. Every time he drills a boring, he's marking where that is, and then the state says, okay, you can stop doing that now. We're going to issue the letter. Or they'll say that's still higher than we like. Go bore it another X number of inches out or whatever the distance is. And then you're drawing this squiggly line along the edges to determine where it is. Now, if you think about what's happening south and east of the site, it's Howard Street. It's under the soil under Howard Street is secured by the concrete atop it. So there's nothing, no matter what we find, we're not going to have to remediate because it's already remediated because it's covered by concrete. I'll ask Mr. Johnson to add anything.
But again, there might be contamination, not just under the road, but also under the building that we already own.
There
That's what
is.
that's what
We already know that.
Oh, we know
So
that.
there is, but it's the NFR letter says because it's covered by the building foundation, that's an appropriate way to mitigate that particular pollution. So when we demolish the building and build a new residential building, we have to replace that particular cover, which would be a concrete foundation. There may be a couple of instances where we're digging maybe a channel for water connections. That soil will need to be put into a certified kind of waste hauler and taken to a certified landfill. And then the site will also have to have a vapor system that's very common in urban areas where it kind of pumps the vapors out, for lack of a better term, above. Does it go above the roof? So there's a pipe that pipes the air out. Pipes the air out.
So the contaminants found in sites like this after, a dry cleaner has left, is it this similar to what you will find after a gas station has shut down?
I'll ask Mr. Johnson to respond to that.
Excuse me.
Which one is more concerning is really what I'm trying to get at.
The chlorinated solvents don't degrade as well as a petroleum product does, so they're a little more concerned for dry
cleaning.
than
Okay.
the chlorinated solvents.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, I guess my main thing is like is it true that on very rare circumstances that a letter wouldn't be issued? Is that
yes,
safe?
very
Yeah.
rare, but I think for this particular site, since an NFR letter had already been issued and we're just switching from commercial to residential and doing the same things that we did to get the commercial, I feel very confident we'll get the residential.
I only say that as closing remarks. It's just in every case that I've seen, there's just like remove the soil or create a kind of protective barrier.
Correct.
I mean, we do this. We've been building buildings for a really long time in this country, so we do this. We've done it plenty of times, and so I know it feels like something unique, but it's not, and we're probably going to be fine if we're willing. Now, it may make the development more expensive. Now, if we were considering that, that'd be a different question. Or are we willing to, pay the cost to do the protective barrier or to remove the soil, et cetera? I think we're willing to do that. We have quite a bit of, and maybe this will help too. So I've been working with Director Flax, our community development director, in identifying federal funds to kind of clean up different brownfield sites, which this could be one of them that we use that funding for. So maybe that helps, because to me, that's the only thing that's concerning is how does it increase the cost of development, which we all know, development costs are already expensive, but we are in the kind of beginning phases of identifying funds that can help out in these types of situations. So maybe that helps.
Just
But happy
point
to
of
support.
order, but no further remediation letter means
Well,
no.
this is not a point of order. Councilmember Burns, do you want to let Councilmember Reed
Yeah,
respond
sure.
to your topic? Okay.
Well, it was just or point of information, I should have said. But no further remediation letter means no further remediation, right?
It means that the Illinois EPA feels that the remediation proposal that we've sent to them addresses the contamination that's on the site. So
But that changes once there's new development in every sense of that word. Like when something else happens with the site, then that changes. So they're also giving you direction. If you do this, you should do this, right? Or no? Or do we have to get another letter once we start interacting with the soil again?
No, as long as you do the letter that.
Please come up to the microphone.
As long as you follow the letter that we're getting for the residential NFR, that's all you'll need to get.
Yeah, so the letter is saying if you build residential there, here's what you need to do.
Correct.
Right. Yeah,
Yes.
so that was my point. Yeah.
But again, I just want to be very clear on this. The additional cost, you're going to build a foundation for a building. So the foundation itself is, you have to do it regardless. So that's part of what's the NFR letter will say. That's a barrier. The additional cost will be two things. One is the vapor system. I have no idea how much it costs. Mr. Johnson might know the answer to that. It's not going to deter development. The other is the cost of removing that soil that's polluted that has to go in a special truck to a special landfill. The amount of dirt that will be removed is very limited. It's very minimal. So it's in a TIF district. There will be some cost offset, or when we negotiate the sale of the property, which we're going to have to do anyway, that might be netted out that way.
And I was just saying, there's some federal funding that we're also applying for that could help, if that helps. All right. Thank you, Mayor.
At this time, no one is requesting to speak for a first time, so we go back for a second crack to Councilmember Newsma with 2 minutes and 20 seconds left.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to ask a question about the completion report and what conditions have to be met for that report to be issued. And if you could just say again what the expected timeline is on the completion.
We're waiting on results that we took a sample last week. We're waiting on those results, assuming those results come back to what we want them to be. And then I can put together the amended completion report to send it to the state.
Okay. And the completion report is something that comes from you.
Yes. And we send it to the state reviews that. And then if they agree with our approach to address the contamination, they'll issue the NFR letter.
And the completion report is contingent upon the readings that are now in process or will shortly be in process. We don't know what those are going to be. It's possible that they might read above the level and they say, okay, you need to go out 10 more feet and test
Correct.
again.
Yes, that is a possibility.
Right. And so the level of risk there is something.
The level of risk is
reasonable.
low. We would still have to keep going out to find that extent, but I don't think we're going to be going.
But
100
ultimately,
feet
we'll get where we need to go.
Correct,
But
yes.
there is a certain level of risk that this round of testing will not be sufficient. We might need to do
There is a
another.
slight risk to that.
A
Correct.
slight risk, okay. So I was contemplating, perhaps making the purchase of the property contingent upon, the delivery of an appropriate completion report, which might satisfy Councilmember Kelly's needs. But it sounds like we're still not 100% certain that this round of testing will be able to get us to that completion report.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
There's still nobody asking to speak for a first time, so we go back to Councilmember Kelly for a second crack with 4 minutes and 15 seconds left.
Thank you. So I want to support this, but I do think that, that will probably be good for our residents, and we're, have the fiduciary responsibility of ensuring that we kind of go through the minimum threshold, which is we trust our consultants, so that completion report is what we rely on, and that really is kind of the bare minimum. I think many places are used to, again, letting go of the final IEPA report. I just wonder, given that everybody feels so confident, I feel like that's what I need to rely on as a council member is that completion report to really see what's needed, and that, you know, the absolute understanding of the NFR that we'll get based on that completion report. I'm just wondering if the owner, if we really all feel so solid that this is going to be fine, you know, can't the owner wait till we get that completion report so that I, as a council member, I can check off and say, yes, we got the completion report. Is that an issue? I mean, I don't understand why, if we feel so confident, we can at least deliver to us that minimum threshold. Or the contingency. I agree with Councilmember Newsom.
So just as a quick reminder, with all due respect, just let me explain this. This is the same, that aspect of the conversation happened 2 weeks ago. And remember, we were planning to come here tonight with that completion report. And then when Mr. Johnson did the study, it was above where whatever limit the state puts on it. So he has to do another test. Now this could go on for weeks and weeks and weeks, because again, it's going out 10 feet, whatever the distance is. We don't know how long this will go on for. And what we do know is that 739 is not polluted. 729 it's our property already. I can't imagine there's any kind of cleanup risk that we have when we determine that there's, is it perk underneath the concrete in Howard Street. We don't have to do anything with it. So it's over. Like, we're just trying to figure out the extent of where it is. That's where I'll leave it. We are in the same place we were 2 weeks ago, and this could continue to happen again and again.
At this time, no one is requesting to speak for a first or second time, so we go back to Councilmember Reed for a third crack with 1:35 left.
Yeah, I think discussion is done. I'll still encourage a yes vote. It's not going to be unanimous, I guess, but I would encourage folks who prioritize affordable housing, who prioritize us meeting that goal that we set for ourselves, to vote yes to this. What we do know is that, yes, we could be testing for, who knows, a couple more months. But we also know that this family wants to retire. They already are selling the property to us at a lower price than they could get on the private market if they were to just sell the business. And I hate to repeat that, because I don't know if I don't want to make you change your mind about it, but we appreciate it. And I hope we should show that gratitude that someone who is retiring would take a cut in their retirement to ensure that the city that they provided service in for decades is better, that they're leaving it better than when they got it. And that is why we should vote yes now. We know that we are eventually going to get it. We know that we need affordable housing. Let's vote yes. Let's acquire the property, and we can figure everything else out. Our consultant is clear with us that he is confident that we will get this no further remediation letter. That should be the thing that, if we trust the consultant, which I do, and I trust that our staff got us a good consultant, that is the thing that should guide us. And so I encourage a yes vote for affordable housing, and to honor folks who, have really made a sacrifice for this community in more ways than one. Thank you.
So Councilmember Reed, you accomplished two things. The first is to, as expected, generate numerous additional desired speakers. The second, though, is to run out of your time, so you can't do that again. Councilmember Harris.
As I put a sweet tart. See, I told you I like food. I have mixed emotions, and I want to be clear. Us asking the questions is not disregarding somebody's wanting to sell. It's the duty that we've been given and the responsibility to just measure twice, cut once. So I don't feel, and I wasn't here last week, so I didn't hold it over at our last meeting, but I just want us to be safe and not sorry. It's no dig at you or anything. We just need to know, because when we purchased this, and I do say when, The residents come to us. They won't come to you. You've sold us what you sold us, and we bought it. And there's no lemon law on property as it is with the car. So we just have to make sure we're doing the right thing. I think we do want to live up to the standard of purchasing property to help with housing and security. But I just want us to be safe and sound. And that I have not stated which way I'm going. But I just want to be clear with that statement.
At this time, there's no one requesting to speak for a first or second time, so we go back to Councilmember Kelly for a third crack with 3 minutes left.
So I just, for the owner, I mean, wouldn't, unless you're going to just sell it for the same purpose, have to wait for a completion report?
No. Yeah, the owner had every intention of selling the business
As a laundromat.
As a
Okay.
laundromat and make
Okay,
more money.
that's what I
doing
wanted
that.
to ask. And so, I mean, I think we're expressing good faith here that we expect it to pass. Is there any reason the owner wouldn't allow us to get our completion report so that we can check that off to our
I
residents?
don't know if this is an appropriate
Okay.
venue to ask. I mean, you can ask, but I don't know if that's appropriate.
I don't know. I'm asking, but if it's
You
not,
can have the
you
right to
can
ask
strike
whatever-
me. I don't know if
Yeah,
that's.
no, you can write,
Yeah.
ask any questions you want.
Okay,
I would understand
is
that people
something-
may be reluctant to negotiate
Sure,
a
no,
real
that's
estate
fine.
deal in a public meeting, but you're welcome to
Right.
ask whatever questions you want to
Okay.
ask.
Well, I mean, it just seems like that we're all, and I want to support this, but I do want to also check that box that we've at least received the completion report. I mean, is that an option? Can we, I don't know if the owner would like to respond to that, to allow us to do our due diligence?
Mr. Mayor, may I? Well, two things. I'll invite Ms. Young to the microphone again, please. I also do want to stress that are we 13 or 14 months in?
Yeah.
This is how the conversation has gone with this family for 14 months. We have one more month to go. We're going to get the report from the EPA, and they come back and they say we need a little more research. Then we say, okay, we'll be back in 90 days. This is the and we did this 2 weeks ago. We invited there's a photo of me standing next to Miss Yan saying, can we get 2 more weeks? So again, with all due respect to the council, who I have a deep respect for in the democratic system, I'll let Miss Yan respond, but she told us 2 weeks ago that we had 2 weeks. So
I would ask my colleagues. This is someone's retirement.
This is Councilmember Kelly's
I
time.
think this is inappropriate, and I would just urge my colleague to be more appropriate. I think this is an appropriate venue for this kind of questioning about someone's retirement. You know, this is.
Councilmember Kelly, the floor is yours.
Okay, I can, anyway, I guess I just want to put it out there that it seems like feel very certain, like what we're probably going to be good with all this. But for us to be responsible to our residents, we would need that completion report. And it looks like it's going to take a couple more weeks. And that's how in good faith, I want to support this. And I also want to, respect the residents and our tax dollars and make sure that we're checking those minimum boxes for safety in an area. So, and again, you don't have to answer that if that was an inappropriate question, but just asking to see if that would be something that could be considered, waiting till we get that completion report.
I don't know. A couple of weeks, it's going to be changed or something. It's the same. I already waiting. I think 18 months. The city of they call me. We are interested about your property because we're going to the senior apartment, something like that. I say it's okay. My husband is me. 78 years old, me 74 years old. So my time to retire, So, okay, good, And then it waits so long, 4 months, and then, 4 months again, It's quite so long time I waiting. I don't know if 2 weeks waiting, it's going to be changed or not. I don't know, That's what I want to say there.
Seeing no further questions, would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Burns,
Aye.
Councilmember Reed,
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris,
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly,
No.
Councilmember Harris,
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen, Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
With 6 voting in favor and 1 voting against, the motion carries, and the proceeding with the purchase has been authorized. Thank you very much. Now, item HS1.
I'll move item.
Yeah, I think Councilmember Revelle is the chair at this time. Is that right? And she's not here? Do I have that
Yeah.
right? So go ahead.
No, maybe I'm still chair for the next couple of weeks. But
great.
HS1, I move item HS1, loitering area encampments and request for funding of direct services. The way that goes is there's a motion and a second.
Second.
Councilmember Reed moves approval of this request for funding of direct services. Councilmember Burns seconds. Councilmember Reed.
Thank you. I want to note some key updates to the plan. So it's been reduced to $500,000 in total. We have met with Manager Stowe and I met with staff across departments, from Director Ogbo to our police chief to our Parks and Rec director, Director Thompson, to Public Works, and even Manager Zamilzak has been involved with this as well. And we put together what I think is a full plan to address some immediate needs with the encampment and with homelessness in our community overall. And so to the encampment on Howard, the plan is multifaceted. One, we will install, the goal is to make this environment one that feels safe and welcoming and deters this kind of gathering. And so one, I'm looking to install cameras here. And so the IT department has gone out and has made an assessment and determined that the site is eligible for it, and has worked out the logistics to be able to share the feed with the Chicago Police Department, with CTA, and of course internally here in the city of Evanston. We've also had conversations with CTA about activating the spaces. There are 2 commercial spaces at this site. And so activating those spaces potentially through TIF or through some of this funding is a way to deter this behavior at the site long term. And then lastly, working to make sure that the folks who are there, who are unhoused, have the resources they need to become more stable. And then, after all of that is done, we had certainly brought our police chief in, and I do think that at some point, a law enforcement response, I feel like, that a law enforcement response is appropriate, particularly for the behavior that is happening. There are a number of folks who are struggling with addiction issues, but open use and, open selling of those substances is happening at this site. And we really need a partnership with the Chicago Police Department. And Manager Stowe and I think, are meeting with the Councilwoman's office on the 12th or sometime soon to discuss helping to create a stronger bond between Evanston and the local police precinct there. And then lastly, I want to discuss the District 65 proposal. This is specifically for homeless youth in our community. I want to note that this funding request would not be transferred. The change here is not to transfer it out to District 65, to keep the money in-house, but have a pot of money that students who are in District 65, young children who are facing homelessness or facing issues in their families, have resources that are accessible in a timely fashion. So the money would remain in-house. There would not be the cost for overhead as far as for additional staff at D65 or additional administrative support there. All of the funds would be used exclusively for the families who are most in need. And Allie, can you maybe provide a breakdown of the types of homelessness that folks are facing? There's, the couch surfing, there's folks who could be on the street. Can you talk about that? you may not be able to unmute, but I think Manager Stowe is.
There we go. Hi. Yes, I would be happy to talk about that. So right now, our current number of students who are registered as McKinney-Vento in District 65 is 354. I looked it up tonight. And I've said this before, the number only goes up over the year. The McKinney-Vento status remains for the entire school year. So that number will go down as we kind of clean up the list and figure out who is still McKinney-Vento and then who is not. And a large number of the students are registered as doubled up. That is a common thing that happens where families can't afford their own place, so they're doubled up with family members. There's quite a few who are sheltered. I'm looking for the exact numbers. I don't have that, but I did do an interesting little search of just students who were registered as McKinney-Vento in the beginning of the year when I first was in front of the council or the committee back in August, to now who have left, who were labeled as McKinney-Vento, but have left our district. And so I have some numbers, and it's higher, of course, than we would want. And I even was able to break it down by ward. So it was very interesting. There are 76 students who have left since the beginning of the year, or maybe didn't and weren't able to start this year, which means that they were homeless last year and then they moved away during the summer. And the highest number of students is in Ward 2. There were 19 students from the 2nd Ward who left and 16 students from the 5th Ward. And the 8th Ward is in 3rd place with 16 students. Oh, no, wait, that's a tie. Sorry, tie between 5th and 8th. It's not a contest you want to win, though. I'm sorry. And then 8 students from the 3rd Ward, 4 students from the 4th Ward, 1 student from the 6th Ward, 2 students from the 7th Ward, and 1 student from the 9th Ward, and 0 from the 1st Ward. So it's interesting if you look at, the trend of where the students were living, but then weren't able to afford or moved away from for one reason or another. It might be that they found housing elsewhere, and they maybe were matched through the statewide referral network, which is something that happens that get people into stable housing. But there are 0 places where people can move in the statewide referral network in Evanston. So if they get a match with the statewide referral network, it means that they're leaving Evanston. So that's some information. What else do you want to know?
I'll pause there and have my colleagues ask any questions and follow up. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns, followed by Harris.
Allie, do you know how many households in, let's just say, the 5th Ward?
Yeah, that's a good question because some of those numbers are like sibling groups.
Right.
Yeah, I don't have that right now. I could.
Yeah, I'll follow up with you.
Fewer, slightly fewer.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you said something about statewide referral network not having any units in Evanston. Why is that?
I mean, that would probably be a question for Connections or the Alliance for Homelessness of Cook County.
Somebody from
Homelessness
Connections
in Cook County. Because I don't know exactly how it is that somebody becomes a member of the statewide referral network, but I know that there needs to be there's certain standards of affordability and what rent can be compared to the AMI. It's that those calculations that are done by people who like spreadsheets.
Director,
that I don't know offhand. Sorry.
So from talking with both Allie, but also staff from Connections earlier, it seems like there's some agreement that that there is need for a long-term subsidy, truly long-term, not a year, not 2 years, but long-term, like what's achieved through one of the continuum of care programs. And then there's a need for kind of emergency temporary housing, like a hotel, extended stay, et cetera. On the extended stay front, how are we doing in a typical year with budget? Like, are there times where we run out of the funding that you have for this?
Okay.
Good day, members of the City Council. Ike Ogbo, Director, Health and Human Services Department. We have an allocated fund specifically for these sorts of needs, and as far as I can recall, we have not run out of those funds. We have been very creative and flexible in the way in which we provide services for community members who need it. And we also leverage other agencies to assist when needed as well. Connections for the Homeless being one, Women Helping Other Women being another agency that we've also utilized in the past, including the district. They pitch in wherever they can if it's related to their folks.
And I'll talk more with you offline, but I guess my bottom line here is that I think when it comes to figuring out how the city can maybe develop a program that provides a long-term subsidy, I think that is going to be figured out in the strategic housing plan, which we'll have completed by the end of the year. I think is still the plan. But a bridge to get there is where I am concerned. And so I would be more interested in figuring out how we could help pay for short-term hotel stays, et cetera, in the meantime. And so that's why I asked, how are we doing with funding? Because I would imagine most of these families, if not all, we would consider a victim of, their circumstance. And so they likely would be eligible to receive a hotel stay at some amount. I've also shared with Director Ogbo that I think one way we can kind of save funds is to, like, some families can't pay to stay in an extended stay. Some can. And I think sometimes we provide the subsidy, we pay for the hotel subsidy at 100%, when in some cases we could pay 50%, we could pay 20%. And I don't know if we've done that. And so that's a way where we might be able to extend some of our resources as well. But again, there's a proposal that's coming to council on the 10th on how to use affordable housing funds that we have. The proposal includes money for rental subsidy. I believe a portion of that could go towards something that we determined today. But I would ask that as it relates to funding for housing, that we address that on the 10th, and as well as in the strategic housing plan. And then in terms of, it looks like we still need a little bit more time in figuring out what we can do on Howard. I mean, I think the only thing we have a budget for is the cameras. Everything else, you're still trying to understand the cost, right? The only thing I see is $9,500 for a camera. And I only say that because what I heard from Director Thompson is that most of the individuals out here are housed. And they're saying that that's what they learned from asking them.
We have no documentation of that.
Well, even that would necessitate further surveying, because they're saying the outreach team goes out there on a regular basis and most everybody is housed. Would you concur with that?
Based on information that I've gathered,
I have personally been out there and talked to folks.
Right, they're saying our outreach workers.
No, I'm sorry, Director. I don't know if I know you have
Director Thompson is here.
Hold on. So let's just want to restore order. So it's Councilmember Burns' time, and feel free to tag Councilmember Reed in, or Director Ogbo, or Director Thompson.
Director Thompson.
But just want to make sure you're in control of the floor here.
My understanding, and if Director Thompson, would you mind? My understanding is that there are outreach workers who have personally visited this site on multiple occasions, and they've had conversations with the community members there to determine their housing status. Is that true or not?
Yes, Audrey Thompson, Director of Parks and Recreation. So yes, our outreach workers are there twice a day, 7 days a week. I think it depends on your definition of being unhoused, because based on several different definitions, whether you're looking at federal, if someone is living on someone's couch, they are unhoused. And so by those definitions, we would say that they're unhoused. So our staff is asking if they have somewhere to stay. And they most times say they do have somewhere to stay. And I have pictures tonight, video tonight, of the individuals there cleaning up the space because they feel that because this area is getting so much traction from our outreach, from the police department and other entities. I literally have video tonight of them cleaning up their space. They've even put a rug out to make it more like a living room area, which I can't wait for the living room to open because that will help some of this. But it's not going to help because they still can't openly use drugs at the living room. And that is happening. If you go there and you spend any amount of time there, so I think my fear is that if we don't resolve the biggest issue there, which is substance abuse disorder, then we've got other concerns. Even if we house them, then we have other issues because that's going to mean a landlord who is going to be very upset with the city that housed an individual in an apartment that is not ready to maintain an apartment. So I think there are several issues. We need to work with organizations like Peer Services to ensure that people are getting drug treatment. But I will also say that there are several individuals there, and our outreach asks every day, who's ready? And many of them will say, come back tomorrow, I ain't ready yet. That is exactly what many of them say. So I think there are bigger issues. Housing is one of them, because I can't say that all say that they are housed. But it is a hangout spot, literally.
Yeah, I guess just closing, it's if we can, if we can take these community members through case management, which is what anybody else would need to do. So, and that could happen on site if Connections or some other organization can do that and determine their housing needs. Then we can come back with more information and say, okay, this is what the needs are, and we'll know whether or not they're even willing to cooperate. I'm dealing with a community member right now that's been living in one of the parks in the Fifth Ward. You walk up to him, you know who he is, and say, do you need anything? He says, no, I'm all right. I'm good.
I'm fine right here.
So they also have to be willing to accept the help. So I think I need more information to act on the housing piece, but would absolutely support anything that could make this more uncomfortable to being a kick it spot, which it sounds like it really is. Like this sounds like the spot in the neighborhood for certain folks that kind of hang out and kick it, maybe use drugs, and some people may be selling drugs. Some people may just be there because of the scene. But it does sound like it's a hangout spot. So to support the housing component, I just would need more information.
Councilor Harris.
Thank you so much. So I have a couple of concerns, issues, thoughts. That's a lot of money, and it's not going to solve the problem. I too am over there. My mom lives over there. So I go there almost every day because I'm worried about my mom being able to drive down Howard. And it is a hangout spot. They used to have a radio plugged in, a coffee pot. They had something for the cat to play with on the corner until I called CTA and said, take the plug out now. I'm not playing. If I have to take the plug out myself, I will pay an electrician. They took the plug out. So we no longer have a radio to hang out. I see people nodding, about to pass out in the street and almost get hit, which becomes a liability. So it's a substance abuse issue. And it was, because now they've put lights up, more lights up. It's not a good place to be. I don't think it's housing. I think for some people it may be, but every time there's an issue and a call is made, it gets clear and people find somewhere to be for 2 or 3 days, regardless of where that is. I don't know if that's a couch back home. We know that if we put these people, as Director Thompson said, in housing, we become the liability because we're the person that put them there. The landlord allowed them to be there because of the city of Evanston rubber stamping it. I feel the same way about a hotel. If we put these people in, anyone who is not ready in a hotel, how do we get them out? I don't care for the city's aspect of housing and hotels. I have a problem with that, but that's a whole nother discussion. I don't think this is the answer. I think the cameras are well. I think there's some things CTA, RTA, community members can do, because up and down Howard is a hangout spot. I'm actually really worried about kids that have to take the train to school. They go to Lane Tech, if they go to Whitney Young, they have to pass a gauntlet. It's a gauntlet over there for people to have to walk through. And we cannot condone that. So while we're talking about buying property and we're worried about health and safety, this is a health and safety issue. And this money that we're trying to put toward it's not fleshed out yet. So I'm voting no. I'm real clear. That's Howard Street. And I'm there. I've talked to them. I've walked up on them. So it is what it is. And Chief was laughing because she'd be like, Christy, come from over there. No, I'm not. No, I grew up over here. My senior year of high school, that's where I lived. I try to take the train, and it's always a problem. And again, I'm not worried about me. I'm worried about my mother. I'm worried about the kids that have to take the transportation to and from school. And I'm worried about what that means. That is a gateway to Evanston. That's our side. We've figured that out. That's our side of the street. We got to clean our side of the street. We talk about the McKinney-Vento. Sorry that I mispronounced that. I have issues with that as well. I had a discussion with District 65 with Allie and 2 other people, and they gave me some really good information. It's not the law is not an Evanston problem. It's a bigger problem. Do you know that we have people coming from downtown Chicago? We cab them to District 65 schools because we think because they're supposed to be able to stay in the same school that they started in. But do we understand how disruptive that is to take somebody from Morgan Park, Hyde Park, cab them to Evanston? So now they've got to get up an hour and a half earlier to get here, to then go home later or right away, and they're not part of the community in which this law says they get to go to school in. So they pass 10 schools to come to school in Evanston. And Evanston's a good school. I went here. My family went here. I'd want anybody to have the same type of education that Evanston presents. But while we are trying to keep somebody here, we're doing a disservice. And I said, well, why can't they get on the train? They're underage. So I'm voting no. We have to figure some things out. I hear the timer. Thank you.
At this time, no one is asking to speak for a first time, so we go back to Councilmember Reed with a minute left.
Thank you. I want to highlight 2 things. One, the need to provide funding for housing for those who happen to be unhoused is one, for me, a moral issue. I personally believe housing is a human right, regardless of what the person's status is or whether they're ready to be housed or not. But I think it's a moral issue that everyone deserves housing. But it's also a legal issue. There is a consent decree that requires certain steps that we must take before we can take legal action on folks who are unhoused. And I know that, I think we need to get documentation on who is housed and who is not. We need to get names and we need to get addresses. And if we got to give them $20 gift cards to get that information, let's do that. But I don't think we have that yet. And I appreciate the staff is there twice a day, but without documentation, I think we're still kind of shooting in the dark. So that's 1. 2, I was McKinney-Vento, and I had to get in a taxi and be driven hours to go to school. And I can tell you, I would much rather have gone to school here in Evanston than the school that was right next to me, which was in Roseland. So and I sure as heck couldn't have taken a train in middle school to come back and forth. We want to make sure that before those students even get to the point of being homeless and outside of Evanston, that the city of Evanston has funding set aside to help their parents, as if you read the memo, repair their car so they can keep their job, so they can keep their house, provide food or simple household goods that aren't really available through some of the resources that we have now. Our refugee fund has quite, and I'm quite proud of what we did there, has broad uses, but with other funds, they're more limited. And I think this is a population, is my time?
You're well past your time.
Okay, and I think this is an opportunity for us to provide similar resources to youth in District 65. And I'm fine decoupling the D65. I think we need to take immediate action, but if it's going to come back on the 10th and we can take some action there, and folks are committed to taking action for our homeless youth, then I'm okay with that. But as far as the Howard situation, we have a plan here for the cameras that I think we need to move forward with. We don't have the estimate yet for how much it would cost to repair the site, the commercial sites down there. And we know that at least some of these folks are unhoused or some level of unhoused. And we know that in order to comply with the consent decree, and I would hope someone would use their time to ask about that, that we need to provide housing options for folks, as well as take a whole host of other steps. Thank you.
Councilmember Hadikadis.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank Councilmember Reed for putting our attention to what's happening down in Howard. I think it's a big problem that we don't really have the solution right now as to how to address it. It's very multifaceted. The one piece of this motion here that I think is really important is the McKinney-Vento funding. It costs a lot more to house someone once they become unhoused than it is to potentially prevent them becoming unhoused. I think even though we haven't necessarily exhausted our funding for the temporary stays, I think it would be a good move to move forward with the $200,000 to provide a fund that's, like Councilmember Reed said, a little bit more flexible, much like what we've done for the Refugee Resettlement Fund. So I would be in favor of moving forward with that if my colleagues are also interested.
Councilmember Kelly.
So I appreciate trying to figure this out, and I understand there's an urgency to this, and I understand it's most prevalent at Howard. I mean, we do have some similar issues in other parts of Evanston as well. I'd like to see us really approach this in a more organized, orchestrated way. I appreciate that Mayor Biss a while back invited Oakton here to look at the possibility of funding graduating seniors with lived experiences to get the substance navigation. Maybe you can help me out, Councilmember Harris. I think there's 2-year certificates you can get in substance navigation. So because all the studies do show that you need to be, in the street a certain number of times for contact to really be able to help someone. So I think that we don't have a solution yet. So I'm not comfortable allocating this funding right now, but I do think we should start immediate conversations to look at an approach that would be most effective. I believe that we should bring in, and I think Audrey's team does fabulous work, but I think we should bolster that with a greater number of folks in-house who are trained in substance abuse, given that a large portion of our homeless population, there are issues here. In-house, even pay graduating seniors or folks getting their GED from Evanston, pay them to get that 2-year certificate while doing internships here in Evanston, with a commitment then to 3 years as outreach. Something like that. But I'd like to see us continue that discussion to figure out a more permanent solution. Thank you.
Councilmember Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Homelessness and drug addiction are huge problems. They're going to take more than $500,000 to solve in Evanston. And if we're going to solve these problems, or at least do our part to advance a local solution, we need to do so kind of thoughtfully, strategically, and holistically. And we're in the process of doing this. You know, Councilmember Burns mentioned the strategic housing plan. Let me just, as a point of information, what's coming back to us on the 10th? What are we going to be talking about then?
You want it?
Yeah, whoever.
It's just on how to use similar to how to use
the
$500,000
$1 million
for sustainability. Yeah, this
Right.
would be the $1 million from
Right.
Northwest.
So that allows us to have at least the continuance of a high level kind of strategic discussion about how we're going to approach these things. Because we're already doing a lot. We've got partners, we've got the living room, which is going to play a role here. We've got our care team, which is going to be up and running in a couple months. If all goes well, 1 month. Okay. Yeah, soon anyway. What we're looking at here on Howard Street is just a symptom of a much larger problem, and I would like to take a holistic, big picture approach rather than just dumping some money onto Howard Street, which is what this seems like. We've got $9,500 for security cameras. I'm happy to approve that tonight. More than that, I want to have the conversation that we're having on the 10th. I want to have the conversation about the strategic housing plan. I want to have a big picture plan and not just a knee-jerk reaction to an acute problem here. So I'm going to vote no on this tonight. But please don't position this or don't take this as a lack of care or a lack of concern or a lack of commitment to attack the underlying problems. Thank you.
Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Burns.
I didn't know if somebody had a light. I wanted to, because even what Councilman Newsom said about the cameras, there are some things that we can take action on. I thought somebody else was in line to speak.
Yeah,
I was going to make a motion
so
before I allow Councilman Reed to.
so there's no one in line to speak until when I called the roll. Just for the record, council members Harris, Burns, and Reed are all out of time. If someone wants to make a motion to amend this, I would, regardless of whether they're out of time, I would entertain that. I guess I just want to. I also would like to just express one. There's been a great discussion, a lot of important points raised on all sides, and I appreciate that. I just want to raise something that hasn't been mentioned that I wouldn't feel comfortable entering into a budget cycle in the next few months without saying this. This is a significant expenditure without identified funding source being proposed in the middle of a budget year. It was introduced as a response to what seemed like an emergent crisis nearly a year ago and sort of laid fallow, was not resurrected during that budget discussion. We're now almost halfway into this new budget year. I just want us, there seemed to be earlier tonight some dispute about whether or not we have serious financial challenges coming our way. I want to be very clear, we do. We just do. That's a fact. And that doesn't mean that we can't make important strategic new investments that are consistent with our values, but to do it off budget with no funding source identified on a kind of ad hoc basis, I think is worrying. And I don't think it's a trajectory that is going to lead us to places where we eventually have the capacity to make important needed investments. I just wanted to name that concern that I personally have looking at this and kind of state that as a caution that can be interpreted as relevant for tonight's discussion and also any number of discussions that we're going to have going forward. We go ahead with people with speaking for second times, beginning with Councilmember Hedekadis with 3 minutes, 45 seconds left.
I would like to make a friendly amendment to lower the amount to 200,000 and just to do the direct services for the McKinney-Vento students.
You gonna make it 210,000 and the cameras for Howard Street?
Sure, 210.
I accept the amendment.
So I definitely want this one in writing, and I think I'm going to be relatively pedantic about this because, again, this is final action. This is like an appropriation to spend money. So let's have it in absolute clarity so people know precisely what money they're voting to spend.
Can we have discussion? Or you want to hold it?
Go ahead. Do you want to? So I guess
I don't want to waste. I don't think there's support for this. So I don't want to waste anybody's time. My motion is a different motion. It involves cameras, and that's it. Because I think we can use TIF funds for the storefronts, and I actually like that idea too. I think if we activate the space with the business, that would help. So I think that we have to make it undesirable to be a hangout spot. And I think activating the storefront, which we can use TIF funds for that, in addition to the cameras, and then maybe more later, is what I would support. And that only costs us $9,500 today.
fair point. I think you're probably right there as in support, but the motion was in order. So let's go here. Is there a second to Councilmember Hadakatis' motion? The motion fails for lack of a second. The next person in line is Councilmember Kelly. So I'm going to go to Councilmember Kelly, and then we can, if there's no motion there, then we'll go to you, Councilmember Burns, to make your motion. Councilmember Kelly with 3 minutes, 20 seconds left.
So just to your point, Mayor Biss, about allocating funding, we are at the point of passing a resolution on finance and budget that would require that any new allocations that weren't budgeted would come to finance and budget for vetting. I think we're looking at $250,000. So I just want to put that out there, that is something that we're looking at approving probably at our next finance and budget meeting.
Councilmember Burns.
I guess just one quick question for Paul, if he's still here, because I want to make sure that the cameras are a TIF eligible expenditure. I believe they are, but I want to make sure. Is Paul still here?
Luke can just spend it, but they may be eligible by TIF, but this TIF is starting to.
It's $9,500.
I know. We do have 9,500, but it should come out of the general fund. These are cameras that are.
Okay. I think this is TIF eligible, but we could leave it to staff to figure out the best, or for the city manager to figure out the best source of funds if this is approved. But I will make a motion to for us to approve recommendation, I guess 3, which is camera installation, in
Second.
the amount of $9,500.
Second.
Councilmember Burns moves to approve recommendation 3 in the amount of $9,500 for the installation of cameras and other equipment. Councilmember Harris seconds.
Point of.
I do want to reiterate my point that I do want to see this in writing. Again, it's a smaller number, but it's still an expenditure of funds that will be authorized by this vote. So I don't think doing that verbally is beneficial. Do you have a point of order, Councilmember Reed?
Yeah, I would like to amend that to a full 10,000. I think we need signage here. I'd like this to, I think that for the cameras to be effective, folks need to know that they're there. They don't, and I know that they're going to be, visible cameras and not like hidden, but I think we need clear signage that tells people what the cameras are, what they're being used for, who it's being shared with. One, that's just kind of what the Smart Cities recommendation is for transparency in the 21st century, as someone mentioned earlier, that we're in the 21st century, but also it actually will help to solve the issue here at hand if there's clear signage about the cameras and their use. So it's a minor expenditure, but I think goes a long way. So, friendly amendment is
Just a quick question. Legally, do we have to do that? Is there like some legal,
That we have to put up signage?
saying
No.
that this space is being monitored?
No.
Okay.
No, I would ask the opposite question. Was that already part of the plan, or is that covered by the 9,500? The memo is not clear on that topic.
I don't think it was. I think it was.
Yeah, the $9,500 estimate is just for the cameras and installation.
I'm okay with the 10,000. I mean, it's 500.
Well,
Bobby?
we're waiting Councilmember Burns'
Councilmember
amendment.
Burns has, yes.
Yeah, if you're comfortable with it, yeah, okay.
We also don't need to take this vote, as pointed out. So, I mean, I think it's very clear to the city manager that the council supports this.
And our intention was to move forward with this anyway. So, I mean, I appreciate the vote, but this is already in progress. So,
I take back my second.
All right.
But I want to see the signage. That's important.
So Councilmember Reed, then, just for procedural, if
I would
everyone would
like
withdraw their
to-
motions.
Say it again?
If everyone would withdraw their motions, including the underlying motion, then we could proceed to the next agenda item.
Yeah, what I would like to do is I want to see this worked into a discussion on the 10th and into this housing plan that somehow is magically going to solve everything. But I'd like to see this worked into it. I feel like a motion to do that. I'd like to see, so I'll make a motion to have funding for homeless students. My request is to have funding for homeless students worked into the plan that we'll see on the 10th.
Is that
Some
thing
form
that
of
you-
a motion. That's
is that
a
a thing that
request
you
for a
move?
second.
Would the Corporation Council weigh in on that?
Thank you, Mayor, members of City Council, Alex Reggie, Corporation Council. I believe that is in order. It's a direction to staff to include that in the plan.
Is there a second to that motion? All right. The motion fails for lack of a second. I think as Councilmember Burns indicated off mic, that's a intention that can be, I think, effectuated without a vote. As I understand it, all motions on this topic have been withdrawn. We heard directly from the city manager about the plan to move forward with the installation, it being far below the $25,000 threshold in the city code. Any kind of signage would also be well below that threshold. And so with that, we move on to item HS2. Councilmember Reed, would you care to make a motion there?
I'll move item HS2, Ordinance 30-024, amending Title 3, Chapter 36 of the City Code concerning the regulation of video gaming.
I'll second. Councilmember Reed moves introduction of Ordinance 30-0-24. Councilmember Hedekadis seconds. Councilmember Reed.
Thank you. Earlier this evening, this council made clear their intentions to reduce the liquor tax to support businesses. All of us know that liquor has detrimental impacts on society, on people, on our healths, not only for the individual, but in some cases for others with DUI driving. Before us, we have a request regarding the regulation of video gaming. Over a year ago, I put forward a referral to decriminalize, to, as was mentioned earlier, bring our code into the 21st century and decriminalize gambling in the city. That law did not allow for video gaming terminals to be operated within the city. And I had no intention of that being a part of it when I made the referral. We then, months later, I was sent an email by a resident who also happens to work for a video gaming company that our state law had been updated and would allow the VFW, what is it called? The VFW here, the American Legion, I think is the proper name, the American Legion, to operate gaming terminals. So it's coming to Evanston, and the American Legion has moved forward with their application and may be operating gaming terminals already, or soon will be. So it's here, but it's here on our phones. Folks can download the apps, and it's makes the noises and gives you all the stimulation that going to a place and pulling a slot gives you, other than being out in public and maybe spending some money at a local business. I'm aware that these gaming terminals are designed in a way that are meant to be addictive. So is the soda that we drink. So is the social media that we engage in. So is a whole host of things. And unless you're maybe like myself, a follower, interested in Robert Sapolsky and his writing on free will, maybe we don't have the free will to do it, or maybe we do have the free will to make these choices. But I think this is an opportunity for us to accept that this is what folks are going to do, to regulate it in a way that makes sense for our businesses, for the city. Folks are going to engage in this video gaming on their phones or from their desktops or, out in other communities regardless. And this doesn't add to it. I think this creates just an avenue for folks to do it in a more social setting, and creates an opportunity for our small businesses. This would be a limited license. This would not allow for the casino to open or anything like that, but it would allow for this to be an accessory use with a limited number of licenses granted. And it accepts the reality of the world as it is today. And makes sure and ensures that Evanston has an opportunity to participate in that and regulate it in a reasonable way. So I encourage folks for those reasons to vote yes.
Councilmember Nguyen, followed by Hadakaris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Initially, when I was approached about this idea of having a video gaming terminal in some of our restaurants, I was willing to entertain it. But during the discussions that were held at the Human Services Committee, I followed them very closely, and I followed the various, the testimony that was given and the public discussion that occurred. My mind has changed. We now know that video gaming is one of the most addictive forms of gambling. And I don't think that this is to me an unnecessary harm that we're bringing into our community. And although it may be on our phones and it may be in other places, it doesn't mean that it needs to have the imprimatur of the city. So I plan to vote no. I heard from many, many residents that they are opposed to this as well. I don't think that it's necessary in Evanston. It takes $1 million out of the pocket of our Evanstonians. And the benefits to our businesses are relatively small for the harm that we are bringing. Thank you.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Yeah. I also heard, I had a handful of residents reaching out with concerns. In my own personal experience, even within the last couple weeks or so, was out of town and was at a restaurant with my family, and there was accessory gaming in a lounge just behind where, it's like it's a family restaurant. I don't think my family members even realized it till I pointed it out to them. I'm still very much in the camp that if we don't have it here, folks are just going to go down the street to Niles or Morton Grove to do what they do. I did have some good feedback from in discussion with residents that were concerned about, potential safeguards and how do we measure success or failure of this program. I'm still in support. I would like us to see, if we do consider this going forward, I envision it being kind of like tobacco sales where we have, police and staff check on businesses periodically to make sure that they are running a tight ship and keeping track of that and having like a hotline for people to call if they see things being not going right. But I'm still in support. I think it's something that on a small scale we can try out here. So I'm still voting yes.
The clerk is temporarily out of the room, so I will take the roll. Councilmember Burns.
No.
Councilmember Reed. Councilmember Hadakatis.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
No.
Councilmember Harris.
No.
Councilmember Nguyen. Councilmember Nusma.
No.
With 2 voting in favor and 5 voting against, the motion fails and the ordinance is not introduced. This brings us now to item FB1. Would someone care to make a motion there?
I'll move item FB1, ordinance 43024, authorizing the city manager to amend the total fiscal year 2023 budget or 2023 budget, resulting in the net reduction of $52,234,143 to a new total of the next number. So, thank you.
Is there a second? I mean, that motion was
Second.
motion involved a lot of commas. Councilmember Reed moves introduction of ordinance 43-0-24. Councilmember Nusma seconds. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Kelly.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I have a couple of questions. For starters, looking at the first page, I think it's page 6 on the spreadsheet of the amendment. I'm trying to understand the rhyme and reason for the selection of the ones where we ended up with where our expenses came in under, why we. So, let me first start with the first line, general fund. Why is it? I understand that we went over by 15 million, but you transferred over in the adjustment 15,317,000. In all the other cases, it's the exact number. Like when we went over the Good Neighbor Fund by 472, it's exactly 472. Why is there 300,000 more in that first line?
Good evening again. We have left, as I said, the audit is still not complete. The auditors are going through the numbers and sometimes there could be change. So we leave a little bit room instead of like going too close. Otherwise, I would have to come back to the city council if we find something and if it increases certain funds expense by.
But I mean, all of them are exact except for the general fund. There's a
so
different
general
number.
fund is the big fund. Some of the small funds like SSS and TIPS, we are okay. But general fund, water fund, sewer fund, that's.
So you just decide to put 300,000 more on that line? I'm just trying to understand
yes. Estimated amount is the best estimate because it's still like a month away
estimated. But I'm just trying to understand what's the, based on what? Like, how did you get the 300?
If suddenly they find some, say, $50,000 invoice, which should have been recorded in 23 and not in 24, that would increase the expense in general fund by 50,000. If there is a reclass, like say, we have miscoded the invoice to a certain other fund, like say we miscoded to a water fund instead of general fund for 70,000. So we lived like
right. I just need some consistency here. Could we put that page up on page 6 of the budget amendment? I just don't understand. If you could just explain to me how you arrive at that number, 300, that you added 300,000 to the first line. We went over by 15 million, 17. Every number that we went over, you pull it over to the exact amount. I just want to understand
Right, certain
how you
small
decide.
funds, yes. So, I mean, it is our best estimate, general fund. I mean, there are no CIP, so there is not like a $500,000 or $1 million overrun possibility. But there could be 2 or 3 bills in general fund, so we left $300,000. So we don't have to come back to the city council, which might delay the release of the audit.
So is it a percentage? I mean, how do you decide?
It's just looking at like, say, okay, if there are 4 or 5 invoices and we estimate like, say, okay, if there's any big utility bill, any the big other expenses, which is not.
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding. So if you look at this, go up a page. I just am looking for consistency, right? For our, and accuracy here.
Yeah, the numbers would differ depending on the type of the fund and how big is the fund.
I mean, if it's so it's on page, it's page 5 of 21, I think. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah.
You could take that in that box.
Yeah. So that top, so you'll see all the numbers in red, right? They're pulled over. Those are the ones where we overspent. So they're pulled over exactly, except the very top line, there's an extra $300,000.
And that is for the estimated expenses. There's
So
nothing, right, yeah.
It's just random. It's a random number.
I mean, random means we looked at it, what could be the estimate in general for, if it's a CIP, I could have left $1 million because there could be a big project there. But in general fund, there are no CIP projects. So generally we thought that, okay, if we find maximum 3, 4, 5 invoices, that's why we estimated 300.
So why wouldn't you increase any of these others?
What's that?
So all of these where there was an overspending, they were all to the exact dollar except for that top one. So I'm just not understanding that. I mean, if it's an error, it's an error.
No, it's not an error.
So 300. Okay, it's not an error.
I mean,
it just doesn't.
I mean, let me just explain how that works, and that's why I'm saying that why the audit is still not final. The numbers are subject to the change. Now, if I go exact number, and if we find something wrong and fund goes over budget by even 10,000 or 5,000, I will have to come back to the city council again for the budget.
Sure, but for any of these numbers.
Right, but some of those are the small funds, like if SSA funds or TIF funds. We know that there is nothing left in the room. It's just quite like few line items. We know that.
I mean, we have some like down here in the fleet service and 902,000, and it's exact. I just want some rationale. Like we're taking this percent out of the general fund. I don't see it.
Right. So like rationally, the budget team looked at it and we thought that, okay, let's leave some room right here in these funds. I would leave some room in the water fund if it's close to that, but water fund is well below the spending limit.
Every single one of these is exact to the dollar except this one. Okay.
Right. So
that I'm not, I'm not going to keep asking. I don't understand I don't understand whether it was a percentage or that there was $300,000 added. I'm not satisfied with that response. My next question is regarding, like, how did you come up, if you go to that, I'm trying to understand for the, these numbers, like which ones that you pulled over for where we ran a surplus. So where we ran a surplus balance, can you just explain to me what the rationale was on these surplus balances? Some you brought over, if it was a surplus of 2 million, you brought over 1 million, and others you brought over half, some you brought over 3/4. But it's really different numbers for every single one, the amount that you're bringing over from, one moment, let me bring that up myself. So for example, for, we see many different numbers here. where you were running a surplus, and some, I don't even know what selections, there's like 26 different funds where we ran a surplus, but you're only bringing over to the right column for adjustment 7 out of 26. First, I guess I have two questions. One, how did you select which of the 26 funds where we have a surplus you only brought over to the adjustment column 6 of those? On what basis?
I mean, let me just clarify. The surplus doesn't come into the amendment thing. Surplus is the difference between actual revenue and actual expense. So when you use the word surplus, that has nothing
Okay,
to
well,
do with
let
the
me, you
amendment.
can call this what you want. So for example, if you look at, say, human services,
Okay.
we had, we came out with 204,000, but nothing was brought over. But if you go down to, say, for example, you'll see that we, over in the motor fuel tax fund, we ran, again, we didn't spend what we budgeted. We ended up with a $1.3 million that we didn't spend of what was budgeted. You brought over 500,000. So I'm just trying to see, and even for the American Rescue Plan, the second line, we didn't spend, what we had planned to spend 15.9 million, but you only brought over 15. Like, how are you deciding how much to bring over?
That is the one point I think you're talking about, and which I talked about. Like suppose in capital improvement fund, it could be less, see under budget, underspent by $8 million. We might have just asked for $7 million decrease, leaving that $1 million buffer in case we find 2 invoices. And that has happened. Late in the audit, we find some invoices for the work done in 23. Contractor submits, then we get the invoices. So there are few where we have left some wiggle room, particularly where the projects are done, like MFT fund, CIP fund, sewer fund, water fund. And again, that would avoid me coming back and delaying the whole audit process.
Okay. Or, for example, the sewer fund,
Right.
we didn't spend 3.1 million, but there you only brought over 2. Like, how did you decide how much of that to bring? And they're all rounded to an exact number.
It is rounded because I don't know there's an invoice for 484,000 out. We just estimate, we looked at it, and we said, okay, this would be the fair estimate in case we find some invoices, late in the.
Well, the problem with this is that there's actually 26 funds where we ended up not spending what we budgeted in expenses, and you're only carrying over 7 to reduce it by. And in fact, if you looked at the amount of expenses total, you say 87 million, which is a big number. In the summary, you say it's 87 million that we didn't spend of what we had budgeted. In fact, it's 105 million. If you take all of those, it ends up being 105 million that we budgeted that we actually didn't spend. So these rounded numbers actually give us a much lower number, 52, where it really is closer to 105 million. So I need to know what the basis is. And I did ask these questions. I asked all these questions, just so everybody knows. I haven't received answers yet. I need to know on what basis are you bringing these numbers over, why you wouldn't bring, or even on the general fund from where we went under, why you added 300. I'm not getting clear answers here. So
what I can do is my best estimate. That would be the answer even after 2 weeks.
Best estimates on what, though? You're not even.
The invoices left, anything we find.
But they're not going to just happen to round down to, 2 million exactly. So we have the capital improvement fund. We budgeted for $13.4 million expense. We only spent $9 million. But I'm sorry, we had $9 million that we didn't spend, but you carry over $7 million.
Right.
So, it would be nice to know on what basis that is, because it shows a very different number, in fact, to the residents and to our council as to what we ended up with in expenditures. So again, if you take every single one of these columns, there's I think 26 or 27 line items here with expenses, what we budgeted and what we didn't spend, it ends up to over 100 million. That's a big number. It's, like 27% of our budget that we budgeted in expenses, we actually didn't spend. So I think that just needs to be really clear.
It is explained, right, Councilmember? The ARPA fund, why it's not spent, the water fund, 45
million. The ARPA's, I understand.
I
understand why the ARPA, I'm just not clear why you would only list 15 million instead of 15.89. These numbers, there it's a little bit less, and others it's a lot less. It looks random. I can't understand why these numbers are what they are.
Again, the one thing to resolve your thing, is we wait until the June 30th when the final audit report is there, and then we come to the budget amendment. The thing would be the audit would be delayed by a month because they won't release the audit until they see the
Right.
budget
I mean, I'm
amendment.
not comfortable without understanding this and being able to.
I mean,
give
I
it clear.
told you that we estimated what would be the fair number, and that's why it's different with general fund versus water fund. CIP fund could have 3 big bills of $500,000, suddenly 2 million. Does that apply to general fund? No, general fund doesn't have any capital project. So we just budgeted 300,000 buffer. So it's like, yeah, we talked about it, we looked at it and say, okay, what would be the fair estimate?
But there's, like I said, it's almost 50 million more when you look at it of all the expenditures that we budgeted for that we didn't spend. So at least give us an explanation if you could provide me why you chose to carry this one over and only this amount, round it down from 9 million to
One
7
answer
million.
would be that fair estimate. Yeah, there won't be any other.
A fair estimate on what? I mean, I'm sorry, but I
don't know the
Okay,
bills which could come out. So.
Okay, so I mean, in essence, I just think it's important to understand that we over budgeted for expenses by about $105 million, which, looking at this by all these rounded down numbers, selective of only 7 out of the 26 items where we actually
So
over budgeted.
Councilmember, as you heard, your time was up a long time ago. Can you just bring this to a close, please?
So I guess what I need to know, I know when I look at our last audit, which would be for 22, it stated that we had $57 million in unassigned fund balance. That's not counting the restricted fund, which was the reserve. So what is our unassigned fund balance now? It was 57 million in the last audit. So what can we expect to see in our unassigned fund balance for 23 as of December 31st, 23?
Yeah, I mean, I think I gave you the numbers. I don't know exactly. You asked
It
for
was
that
50
like a
no,
week ago.
well, that can't be quite right. So it's 57.3 million.
I
Can
gave
you
you
tell us
3
what that is?
categories: the restricted, unrestricted,
But
and
Right, but that
assigned
doesn't
and unassigned. So what is the restricted? Particularly the funds are called restricted when you have an external restriction for SSS, for TIPS, the federally funded like CDBG, CD loan, and all those things. Assigned fund balance is where city council has imposed the restriction. Most special revenue funds, like sustainability funds and all other kinds of motor fuel and all those are. Motor fuel is restricted because we have state. And then finally, whichever is left are unassigned, like general
I
fund.
just want to know what our unassigned, if you can tell us. We had 57 million as of the last audit on December 22nd.
So I don't know the number.
2022, December
I can pull
31st.
your email,
It would be. It's important for us to know because we're going to be talking about issuing bonds. So we need to know what we have in unassigned
I
funds.
shared that
With
with you.
No, but everybody here, I'd like, if you could, what do we, I mean, we
All
have
right, so
57, I have one more very important question. Sorry. Then my other question that I did ask was about, we transferred over, it says that, let's see, that, one of the big reasons we fell short or had a deficit in the general fund was because of these interfund transfers, right? So I asked for a breakdown. It was 12 million. We had budgeted for $4 million in interfund transfers, but in fact, we transferred over 12 million. And part of that you explained was because we had budgeted for, if you could go to page, I'm sorry, I think it's page 6 again. The next, yeah, there. If you could, I think it's the next one. Yeah, whoops, the one up. Yeah, there. I think that's the one. So let's see, is that it? No, not that one. It's so you had budgeted for the. I'll tell you one moment. I'll tell you what page this is on. This is important because. Just give me one moment, please. We had budgeted $11 million in other fund revenue, but we only ended up with $1 million in the general fund, right? So
the other 10 million is the use of fund balance, but to balance the budget, we have to show them as a revenue, which is not true revenue, but that's how you see that.
So let's see, where's the other fund? He gave this to me. Yeah, we had budgeted 11.254 million in other revenue, but in fact, we only ended up with 1 million,
Correct.
right? And you didn't, and it was budgeted to take from the excess reserves, but it looks like you didn't take it from there. So therefore, our general fund,
It is not a true revenue, so for the balancing of the budget, we show as a use of fund balance as a revenue. But it's not true revenue because ultimately it will come out of the fund balance. So
but we would have been 10 million higher in the general fund. If you go to other fund, other revenue, the source of revenue, it was 11, we budgeted, and during budget season, we said 11.254 million we would get in other revenue, but we ended up with 1.847. And that was I emailed you asking what happened there that we only ended up. And you said,
Literally just explained it.
right, he had budgeted, we were supposed to take that from excess reserves. You didn't,
remember,
why didn't
either
you take it?
Show it as a revenue or use the fund balance, it's the same impact. It's
But
the
you didn't
general
take,
fund
but you shows it, but then you show that we end up with a deficit, but we were supposed to take 10 million. That's what we agreed on in your
Those
email.
two things mean the same thing.
No, this is what we budgeted last year during the budget season, that the other revenue would be 11.254 million with 10 million coming, 10.1 million coming from the excess revenue. But the actual year to date is 10 million less. So we
Right.
didn't take it.
So I cannot,
as we had agreed.
Under
and
the
voted
audit,
on.
I cannot show that as a revenue because it's not a true revenue. Use of fund balance is not a true revenue. It is for our budget balancing. Yes, council said that go ahead and use $10 million. We showed it as revenue.
But
so
it's
we
not
had-
here.
Where? It's not in the audit. Yes,
All right, I
we
think
can show it.
I'm just saying we're ending up with, we actually are, the so-called deficit is not what
All right,
it's.
Councilmember Reed, followed by Harris.
Maybe Clayton or Michael can take. We can maybe give you a break for a second.
I stopped your clock just as a heads up. Clayton is on an airplane right now.
Oh, okay. No break. And I'm sorry, I developed a headache throughout this meeting, and so I couldn't follow everything Councilmember Kelly just asked about. But just top line, we over budgeted by $105 million in 2023.
For expenses.
Expenses. And particularly, we explained the two main ARPA funds, and the big one is a water intake project in water.
Just
Obviously, it was
porting
rolled
over again. Yep. And I just want to get this as asked earlier by someone, by Mr. Martell, actually. What's in it for the residents? What's in it for the residents?
I mean, there is a misconception, and I've received in emails that, okay, you have this unspent budgeted money of 70 million, 80 million, right? Did we get the corresponding revenue? No. Like suppose water intake project, right? We did not do that. So there is no reimbursement. There is no IEPL loan or VIII loan. Same thing for CIP side. We budgeted 20 million in revenues for bonds. We did not issue the bond. So there is no revenue. So there is a misconception that, okay, we saved 80 million by under budget, and that 80 million, we got the money. Where is that 80 million? We never got that corresponding revenue. It's not that we issued the bonds, but we didn't do the work. We got VIII loan for 50 million, but we didn't do the water intake project. And again, even if we have received, it would have been a loan, not revenue.
Right.
So I just want to clarify that, that it's nothing hidden or it's not a surplus. We never received the corresponding revenue.
So essentially, this all is a wash for the residents? As far as, or for
Nothing to do with the
yeah.
residents.
Yeah, when I say that, I mean for the taxpayers. The money that's in the bank has not essentially changed. So what is our reserve for 20 with this adjusted budget? What was the reserve? And then today, what is the excess reserve?
So again, I mean, and I think that's what I was trying to clarify. The two things are different.
I know.
Why
Yeah.
budget amendment is needed? Because the actual expenditure are more than budgeted. And when you talk about reserves or surplus, that is a function of actual revenue versus actual expenses. So this has no impact on surplus budget amendment. It has nothing to do with the surplus or deficit in the fund, because the surplus or deficit, and I think we have that slide too. Mike, can you bring it up? Because I wanted to clarify at finance budget too. Surplus or deficit is actual expenditure and actual revenue. Where the budget amendment is needed is budgeted expenditure versus actual expenditures. Right here.
Okay,
So this is, kind of,
Yeah, thank you. So I don't think I used the word surplus or deficit or any of those words. My question was, what is the excess reserve?
I mean, we are still calculating, but I think we presented, do we have that November? December numbers are not final, so I don't want to share because if it changes and then, but in November, we presented to the finance.
I'm sorry,
and budget
December
committee.
numbers were still, it's almost June 1st.
Yeah, June 30th is our deadline. Audit would be completed by June 30th.
Yeah, but we just, what is the general fund excess reserve?
I mean, in November, we
As
showed
of,
at around
you know,
21
maybe
million,
last
I
month
think,
or 2 months ago, or-
25 million, I think, yeah, right there. Is it 25.6, right? Yeah.
Yeah, not, this is, December. That's, I mean, as of like a month or two ago, what was the balance sitting at?
Right there. So the first column, you see that.
That says as of 11/30/23.
Right, so it's like a November reports. I mean, we will provide the December reports after the audit is final, so that would be the final numbers, But even in November, you could.
No, he's
see
asking for like April of 24.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes, thank you.
I mean, but in April, we haven't done that. We have just shown because we'll have to capture the correct fund balance, which would be a starting point as of 1/1/24. And then we would go
We have
from there.
March?
But we have the
March,
numbers,
April.
yeah. We have the monthly financials for March showing do we have the March financials? We can give you the fund balance and cash balance there. But we don't have the exact calculation of excess fund. But we have the numbers of fund balance and cash balance.
And then what, according to our reserve policy, what would our reserve have been for 2020? Or I guess, what is it for this year?
It is 16.66%
I
of
know
the general
that.
fund expenditures.
Correct.
But it
Budget,
changes when you reduce the
I know.
budget.
So what is the number for 2024, for example?
So as of March, if you see the first, because the general fund balance is, I can barely, what is it, Mike, 50 million? Yeah. You can make it bigger there by the plus sign, see? You're right. Yeah, very good. So as of March, we have 50 million fund balance in the general fund.
Okay.
And 16.66 roughly of around, we have to look at 24 budget. I think it's $140 million, right? Right. So I think 22 million would be the required. So we have around 27 or 28 million excess.
Okay. I think that's an important number. And so so you're saying that none of the reductions of this $105 million, I understand the IEPA loan and all of that stuff, not a single penny of it, not $1,000, not $100,000, not $1 million has had an effect on our fund balance.
Correct.
Okay. But we still do have a fund balance of 50.4 million, 22 million of which is our reserve fund, which I really would love us to actually pull that out and have an actual reserve fund. So it's just clear that that's reserves and then what's left in the account separate from that. But so that, as you said, that leaves about $27 million. And is of that 27 million, I mean, it's excess reserve, so it's unencumbered.
Yes.
Okay. So we have
I mean, just like last year, CIP, we used it in CIP fund for the fleet fund, insurance fund, like.
So we have 27 million unencumbered. Have we received money from Northwestern yet?
No.
No? Okay.
Or very little, I think, in the first few months, yeah. Right?
I guess the technical answer for March 31st accounting is no, but actually the $3 million of the Good Neighbor Fund have been transferred and are in the city's possession at this time.
Okay. So it's
But it's not there.
$53.4 million that we have there. Okay. That is helpful. And so that means that we have about $30 million. I mean, of that $3 million, of it certainly is encumbered or will be encumbered in some way very soon. But we have about $30 million sitting in the bank in excess reserves. And what are we expecting? What is the projection for the budget shortfall for 2025?
In 25, we'll see that it's too early. We have already talked to the council members. We have talking to the staff. We'll have to see. Obviously, the wage increases for the contracts will be there. There's some inflationary impact is still
Well, that
there.
started hitting last year. Yeah.
Right. So,
Or this year.
yeah, even this year and 25, we'll see that. Yeah. But this is too early for 25, and we'll have to see whether we want to increase any revenues, anything with the property tax, or we still keeping it flat, and how would we make up, for the expense. So,
Thank you. And I'll just wrap here. I keep hearing the doom and gloom thing, and I trust folks who are saying it but year after year, I'm not seeing it. And when we came into office, the alarm, and I served as clerk for 4 years before that, the alarm bells have constantly been ringing. And for the last term, we've maintained a 30 million plus excess reserve. And, some might argue more, but certainly even just these numbers show a $30 million excess reserve. And I just want to remind us that this is $30 million that was taken from our residents and is not in circulation in our local economy. It's just sitting in banks that the city of Evanston has, and it's making some banker wealthier, but it's not making our residents wealthier or more able to provide for themselves. And so I do want us to be cautious about hoarding money and continuing the ringing the bell of doom when there may not be doom, because it's hurting families, it's hurting folks in our community, it's extracting wealth and financial resources from our community and hoarding it in banks. We've got to do better on that. But as far as this, I thank you for the transparency and for bringing this forward and having us amend the budget to make sure that it's in line with the real world. Thank you.
Councilmember Harris, followed by Nusma.
I'll be brief. So I think that what I heard is with the excess carrying money over, it was because we're not sure. We have bills out there, and I understand that you don't go to McDonald's to buy a $10 meal with just $10. You got to have some extra change. So is that what I heard you say? I hear my council members say that was last year's money. Okay, that it should all be actuals. What I'm interested in is making sure, as Councilmember Reed said, is that if we're getting money, because we're getting money from residents, that we return that money in some form or fashion on a regular basis. Yes, we should always keep some just in case things go wrong, but that money should be actualized by our residents. We shouldn't be hoarding or holding a whole lot for doom and gloom. We should be using it for our residents and actualizing the tax dollars that they're spending, not 10 years later, somebody else gets it. So I want to make sure that we're doing that on a regular basis, turning that money back over into the community to have a thriving environment where people can be successful and not us just holding on to money. I want us to hold on to money, most definitely, because things go wrong. That's why you have a contingency fund when you own a home in case the washing machine goes out or the washer or the dryer. But being able to buy 20 dryers doesn't make sense when we only need one at a time. So I just want to make sure, and I'm not saying we are or are not, but I want us to be clear. People are the city is actually spending that money as we're getting it. Thank you.
Councilmember Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I have said in Finance and Budget Committee, I think the requirement for us to kind of retroactively approve a budget is kind of silly. It doesn't change what our adopted budget was for 2023. It doesn't change what we actually spent. It doesn't change what we actually brought in revenue. We're doing this because the state requires us to do this. And if there is a benefit for having this discussion. It's just to kind of have a high level kind of gut check on how are we doing. So I would like to zoom way out of all these weeds and just focus on some of the big picture numbers here really quick. So we are required by the state to pass an amended budget for any funds which went over budget. It's unrealistic to expect that anybody can budget with 100% certainty. And philosophically, do we want to budget kind of robustly and come in under budget, or do we want to budget, do we want to be really tight with our budget and come in over budget? Like, that's a philosophical question we can have during the budget discussion. But let's look at, the general fund, where we spent $15.3 million more than we budgeted. Where did that $15.3 million come from? Of that $15.3 million, $5 million was for higher than budgeted wage increases. We knew this was coming. That's not a surprise. And it had to come. As I said in finance and budget, if we had budgeted more for wages, that would have just upped the opening bid in our union negotiations. So we knew we were going to spend more than budget on wages, and it was fiscally prudent for us to make that assumption. We also spent almost $5 million more, or of that $15.3 million. Almost $5 million comes from a transfer to the insurance and fleet fund. And so that was an interfund transfer, money that was in the city's one account moved to another account, approved by council. Going down the list, $3.6 million of that 15.3 were overages on capital projects. Okay, so that is maybe something worth looking at. Why did we go over budget in these particular capital projects? We're not going to get into that right now, but hey, that's a conversation that would be interesting. And then last but not least, not quite $250,000 in the purchase of an unbudgeted ambulance. Again, that was approved by council, as were the expenses, the overages on the capital projects. Everything is approved by council. So no major surprises here. We're having this conversation so we can just kind of look back and say, have a look at how and why we went over. In addition to the $15.3 million in the general fund, the Good Neighbor Fund was about $500,000 over budget. The library fund was $250,000 over. Howard TIF fund and some other funds. I'm not going to go through the whole list, but there's reasons we went over budget in all of these. Flip side of this, there were also some funds we were significantly under budget, and yay for us for spending less than we thought we were going to. So I don't want to go through these, but I will point out that $15 million of what we didn't say we were going to spend was from ARPA. Like, that money sits in our account. We're going to spend it eventually. Just didn't get spent this year. $7 million in the fund decrease was from reductions in our capital improvement fund by paring back the number of capital improvement projects. Right. So overall, what my takeaway from this exercise is that we are being fiscally prudent. We are being very careful with how we spend Evanston taxpayer money. And we know that the situation is going to change over the next few years. It's going to become increasingly difficult. And the steps we are taking now are in kind of preparation for that, and to hopefully spare ourselves at least a little bit of pain in future years. So that's all I have for right now. I'm ready to approve this. Thank you.
Sorry, but there's some errors that were made. Yeah,
I'll continue chairing the meeting. Thank you.
I'm sorry?
I'll continue chairing the meeting. Thank you. At this time, the only person asking to speak is someone who's gone dramatically over time. Councilmember Kelly, if you have a quick point to make, I'll give you 15 seconds.
Okay, so you mentioned that we transferred money over into the insurance fund. We were running a surplus. Why did we transfer $3 million to insurance when we were running a $900,000 surplus? Same thing with CIP. We transferred $3.3 million to CIP, yet we had a $9 million surplus. Same thing with, we transferred as much twice as, but I mean.
Could you please
this is
answer
my
those
point.
questions?
Yeah, so we were transferring money and more. Equipment replacement fund was running a surplus of $588. We could have paid for the fire truck with that. For the, not the truck, it was an engine, whatever, the ambulance, I'm sorry. The ambulance was $237,000.
Councilmember, let him answer your question.
Like if we transferred more in equipment replacement, that means what? That means when they come for the 25 budget, they would ask for less because they would already have the existing fund balance. And same thing applies. Insurance fund, we have suppose if we have one or two big claims, it would be easily over $1 million, $1.5 million. So it would go away. So, I mean, it's not that, okay, that money is sitting there idle, yes. Obviously, in the future, like we didn't do any transfer to the insurance fund for how many years? It ran the negative balance. So and obviously it used to come in every audit report. So we try to correct that because, yeah, I see the claims right now as we see the, and we will kind of draw upon.
But we
that
didn't
fund.
we had a $9 million surplus in CIP, yet we transferred 3.3 in there.
Councilmember, yeah. So your time has expired
the last thing I
about
just
10
wanna-
minutes
okay,
ago.
really
There's
quick.
there's ample opportunity
sentence.
to have these conversations offline, to have these conversations with the Finance and Budget Committee. The continued rehashing of miscommunications that are creating additional confusion and illuminating nothing after the time has elapsed is not productive. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Heracles.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
So we're still not giving a straight answer as to what our excess reserves are, our unassigned funds. And I just want to make a point that we had $31.5 million in unassigned funds at the end of 21. At the end of 23, we had 57.3, and that number has grown.
yes
and
or
we
no?
still, this public, and
Councilmember.
we don't even know what that is. No.
Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Nguyen. Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
With 5 voting in favor and 1 voting against, the motion carries and ordinance 43-0-24 is introduced. Oh. Councilmember Reed votes aye as well, with 6 voting in favor and 1 voting against. The motion carries and ordinance 43-0-24 is introduced. Now on item FP2, is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I will move item FB2, ordinance 46024, authorizing the 2024 general obligation bond issuance.
Second.
Councilmember Newsma moves passage of ordinance 46-0-24. Councilmember Nguyen seconds. Councilmember Kelly.
So we already have a very, very large debt in the city between our public safety pensions, our GO bonds, and other loans that we have with IEP and others. We have a huge debt. Right now, we really don't have a clear picture of what our unassigned funds are. Again, I'm going to repeat at the end of 21, from the 22 report, we had 31.5 million sitting in unassigned funds. That jumped all the way up to 57.3 million in unassigned funds at the end of 23. We still to this day don't know what those unassigned funds are, the total amount in the bank, unassigned, unencumbered at the end of 23. It would be irresponsible for us to give a go-ahead to leverage yet more debt on our residents. I can't support this.
Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Burns. Councilmember Heracles.
Aye.
And that was an aye from Councilmember Burns. Councilmember Kelly. Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Nguyen. Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed. That was a no from Councilmember Reed.
With 5 voting in favor and 2 voting against, the motion carries and ordinance 46-0-24 is passed. This brings us to call of the wards. Councilmember Burns.
No report.
Councilmember Reed.
Inviting residents of the 8th Ward and any ward to the 8th Ward meeting that will take place this Thursday at 6 p.m., I believe. It's on the city's website. We will have folks from from Ascension to discuss the living room. We'll have folks discussing the resources at the Levy Senior Center, as well as we'll have Leslie Shadd discussing environmental issues. And so really looking forward to the ward meeting this month. That's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Joint ward meeting this Thursday at 6:30 at Robert Crown with the 2nd, 4th, and 9th wards. We will have Sarah Fiorito there discussing pedestrian and traffic safety along with members from EPD. And we'll also have folks from the Living Room Project giving us an update.
Councilmember Kelly.
Sorry. Office hours are on Friday at Reprise Roasters at 11 to 12.
Councilmember Kelly.
Thank you. Interfaith Family Pride Festival is this Sunday, from Sunday, June 2nd, from 2 to 5 in Raymond Park. Hope everybody can join the community. Thank you.
Councilmember Harris.
Thank you. I just again wanted to let my residents know, let everybody know in advance that May 13th I wasn't able to make it. It was Oakton College's graduation. We graduated almost 400 students, so that is why I was not at the last council meeting. Just wanted to say that I attended a really good play, Joe Turner's Come and Gone. And our artistic director for the Fleetwood Jourdain Theater, Tim Rose, was in it, and he was phenomenal. So we have talent in Evanston. That was my mother, myself, and my daughter went, so 3 generations went to see this play. It was amazing at the Goodman. I'm not sure if it's still there or not, but just pay attention to the great things that Evanston helps produce. I feel like we're always in a place of groups trying to get that gotcha, and it's never the good gotcha. It's always this bad thing. So I just want to emphasize that. We do have a ward meeting, a joint ward meeting, as my council member has said. And Juneteenth is coming up, and we'll have somebody at the next ward meeting talk about that. So thank you.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes, regular office hours, which would be the first Thursday in June, June 6th, are postponed by 1 week to Thursday, June 13th. Brothers K from 7:30 till 9:30.
Councilmember Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the joint ward meeting this Thursday, the 30th, will be followed by my regular ward meeting next week, Tuesday, the 4th, and 4th Ward office hours on Saturday, the 8th. Main Street businesses are still open. The Main Street project is underway. It's less painful this year than it was a couple years ago. So looking forward for that project to be wrapped up. But Main Street businesses remain open. Thank you.
And Councilmember Nusma, you're recognized to make a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Pursuant to 5 Illinois compiled statutes 120/2A, I move that the City Council convene into executive session to discuss agenda items regarding litigation. These agenda items are permitted subjects to be considered in executive session and are enumerated exceptions under the Open Meetings Act as set forth in 5 ILCS 120/2A, section C11.
Councilmember Nusman moves that the City Council resolve itself into an executive session to address the item just named. Councilmember Nguyen seconds. Seeing no discussion, would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly. Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen. Councilmember Nusma.
With
6-0.
with 6 voting in favor. I don't know how I got to 2. With 6 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries. And at 9:55 p.m., the City Council resolves itself into an executive session to begin immediately in the Councilmember Library.